Welcome aboard. And soon enough we will have great team games in Finnish as per the chat. Please welcome my dear friend Santtu.
Hei hei.
Tää on kyllä mahtavaa. Pitäisi jossain kohtaa pitää tollasia maailmanluokan radioiltamia, niin siitähän sais sitten ihmiset. Itse sais juontoharjoitusta ja ihmiset sais nautintoa korvilleen. Mitä?
Huomasiko, että tervehdin ruotsiksi, koska olen juuri tullut Vaasasta?
Ei, mä en ehkä tajunnut sitä. Mä voin kuunnella nauhalta.
Hyvä.
Tarkistin, että äänitasapaino on täydellinen. Ja mitä muuta se voisi ollakaan. Mä pistän pelihakuun, kun me on tässä nyt kuitenkin jo pari minuuttia kulutettu tätä meidän yhteistä elämän aikaa. Luin muuten ihan uskomattoman urpoa kirjaa, josta mä kerron joskus oikein nimen kanssa, mutta siis kun aina silloin tällöin tulee lukiessa sellainen olo.
Vauraus ja aika,
Ei, eikä edes avaruus, eikä 7 luentoa 5 fysiikasta tai mitään sellaista. Joo. Vaan siis tää kertoo tuosta Jordan Petersonista ehkä. Onko se sen nimi? Se kanadalainen huruukko, joka toisella puolen valtamerta kuitenkin häärii menemään, niin tää oli tämmönen hauska puolueeton fanikirjoitus, jossa oli mielenkiintoisia katkelmia. Löysin tämän kirjastosta, kun piilotteli hyllyjen välissä, että virkailijaa ei olisi samaan aikaan tiskillä, kun yritän mennä lainailemaan, ettei kaikkia sakkoja tultaisi sitten katseella tuomaan muistikuviini. Niin sitten otin siitä nopeasti joku kirja kasvojeni suojaksi, ja se oli sitten tällainen. Niin ihan mielenkiintoista, että ihan oikea kustantamo on kuitenkin julkaissut semmoisen pamfletin, missä sitten argumentoidaan mun makuuni tosi hövelisti jotain juttuja, kuten vaikka, että kun ymmärsin, joten tässä on nyt pieni tämmöinen rikkinäisen puhelimen riski tietenkin, että tämä psykologian köhän professorimme on joskus argumentoinut, että tämä Ukrainan nälänhätä, joka oli silloin joskus mikä ikinä Holodomor tai joku vastaava silloin, kauan ennen kuin oltiin synnyttykään, niin että se oli osoitus siitä, miten tämmöinen sosialistinen järjestelmä ei voi toimia, koska nälänhädän laukaisi se, että kun siellä joku viljeli toista paremmin, niin sitten nämä paikalliset hankkiutui hänestä kateuksissaan eroon. Niin sitten tämä sillä tavalla söi itsensä tämä ruoantuotantojärjestelmä rappeutui sen takia, että aina kun joku onnistui vähänkin tekemään jotain fiksua, niin sitten se kammettiin. Varmaan sen maat jaettiin ja sitten juotiin pontikat päälle.
Meni se ihan noin.
Niin sitten tämä kuitenkin tämä kirjailija tässä argumentoi, että olihan siinä, että on myös esitetty, että osansa saattaa olla myöskin näillä Stalinin vainoilla ja sellaisella pyrkimyksellä aiheuttaa tällaista nälänhätää. Ja ehkä joku olisi voinut mainita myös jotain viljakauppaa ulkovaltoihin, jota varten oli tärkeää saada safkaa sieltä, mistä sitä oli vähillä kustannuksilla, sillain henkisillä, aineellisilla vahingoilla saatavissa. Niin. Mutta tämä nyt kuitenkin sivuutettiin siinä kirjassa, niin sitten se pistää vähän miettimään, että mielenkiintoista. Hienoa, että tällaista kirjallisuutta löytyy, mutta välillä tekee vähän huonoa.
Niin.
Mulla on jossain
Kanadalainen se oli vai?
Joo, mun mielestä.
Okay.
Joku B. Peterson tai jotain sellaista.
Kaikkea voi tulkita niin kuin paraksi näkee.
Niin, se on kyllä maailman hieno piirre. Mulla oli siis semmoinen suunnitelma myös jatkoa ajatellen, että mä voisin yrittää olla semmoinen tyyppi, joka mahdollistaa sen, että minua taitavammat, mutta eri lailla taitavat pelaajat niin vois menestyä. Sitten on enempää lampaita. Mikä tää on? What? Mä en ole ikinä nähnyt tällaista. Okei, elikkä... Aina on tuolla. Mä en vaan löytänyt niitä. Tuolta, joo. Joo. Tällaista tää on, kun kesäaurinko hämää silmiä.
No nyt kohta on taas talvi.
Jep. Ja sit pääsee jäille joka päivä. Ei tarvitse poistua kotoa tai avata hana. Eli hetkinen. Täällä vähän rakennellaan, joo, tervepä terve. Mä käyn houkuttelemassa ton ponin tänne mäkeen, koska mä oon Nero. Mut niin mä en tiedä, että tuus mä soveltaan tätä nyt sitten tässä kohtaa. Ja kun pelataan kahdestaan. Ja vihreä muurit on murrettu. Vihreän poni on myös kuollut. Joo. Dun. Hop. Ih. Onko sun poni käytettävissä, jos sitä tarvisi jossain kohtaa?
Joo, ihan tulette sinne.
Okei. Hyvä. Oho, nyt mä tein just päinvastoin kuin mitä mun kuuluu. Tattarantadaa. Hyvä. Jos hengaarit jossain, eikä ne tuu kohta kuitenkin muurittaa tänne jotain, niin ei tarvi välttämättä sen monimutkaisempia juttuja tehdä. Mä teen hetken aikaa täällä taloudenpitoa. Mut kuitenkin mun mielestä on siis hyvä ajatus se, että voisin tässä jossain soveltuvassa kohtaa, tässä vaikka tonne, niin keskittyä siihen, että teen täydellistä sellaista, puolustus, mennessä kuolla täällä kaikki, en tee mitään täydellistä. Tilanne on verrattain kaoottinen. Mä en muista näppäimiä, voi ei. Okei, ei mitään hätää. Menkää kotiin ne kaikki. Dun. Niin kuitenkin ajatuksena oli se, että voisi siis olla... Ehkä me tehdään noin. Helppoa, hauskaa ja hyödyllistä, että sitten rakennan semmoisia kodinturvajoukkoja ja sitten puolustavia linnoja ja vastaavaa. Ja täällä on sinisen poni, tuuko sä tänne tappeleen sen kanssa? Tiedät, että siinä on vähän matkaa, mutta... Olettaen, että se on tuo jonkun aikaa. Jostain kuuluu ihmeellistä vaikerrusta, aivan kuin taas joku naapuri tekisi kuulemaa. On kovia aikoja. Tuu tonne tappaan kyläläinen sittenkin. Muutos suunnitelmiin. Tossa missä on toi muuri tekee. Sulla on varmaan, mä tiedän, että sulla on kädet täynnä, mutta niin on tällä mun kyläläiselläkin. Näetkö se sinisen poni tuli tosta just?
En mä näe, kun on jahti kesken.
Niin varmaan on. Mä livahdan tästä muurin läpi ja annan sen rakennan rauhassa.
Okei, no niin.
Sitten kun oot valmis, niin... Tää on tehty talomuurit ja kaikkea. Eikä nyt, mulla taas loppuu talot. Tää on katastrofi. Samaan aikaan loppuu myös ruoka. Voi. Meiltä puuttuu tönöt. No joo. Tapa joku. Täällä on toi sinisen poni on tossa, niin sä voit olla se. Tuu, nyt! Hienoa. Sit vaan, sä pärjät kyllä. Tää on maailman helpoin homma. Mut siis täydellinen duuni just sulle. Ai mulla oli vielä yksi vuohikin syötävän. No. Tää elää ja oppii. Mitäs sun... Mitäs sun ponille kävi?
Minä kattanut vaan.
Niin just, okei. Tää on vähän Schrödingerin poni. Voi olla kaikki ihan hyvin, mistä sitä tietää. Selvä juttu. Okei, mä teen täällä uhmakasta. Hetkinen. Toiskohan joulupukki sulle kuulokkeet? Ehkä. Jos kauniisti pyytää. Kumman luokse tässä kannattaa mennä? Sähän muuten, kun sä oot sisilialainen, niin sä pystyt tekemään niitä... Sun ei tarvitse tehdä parakkia ollenkaan, kun sä voit tehdä niitä donjon-torneja.
Eikö tarvii ensimmäistäkään tehdä?
Ei tarvii ensimmäistäkään tehdä. Ei ensimmäistä, ei viimeistä, ei mitään.
Okay.
Kokeilepa. Ja sit saat sieltä niitä sergentteja. Niin. Kyllä on maailma kuule sitten nätti paikka. Yhtäkkiä mulla on loppu ruoka, mutta se johtuu siitä, että täällä on muutama tyyppi jonossa. Missähän täällä olisi noita virtaheppoja voisi hakea tuolta. Mutta niin, bengalit vai burmiisit? Ehkä mä menen käymään sinisellä ensin, siellä haetaan kuitenkin vasta elefanttia. Ruoantuottajia on liian vähän ja ne on liian hitaita. Joo. Täällä yritetään kerätä kiveä. Mutta täällä on myös tehty parakki, joten nämä tyypit tietää juttuja. Ai aina on mennyt vielä tappaa elefantin tohon myllylle ja nyt se mylly on tyhjennetty. Mikä on kurjaa. Vihreän kyläläis tappaa täällä mun talooni. Mun piti ottaa myös noi possut, mutta mä unohdin. Nokkelaa. Oho, nyt toi villisika tappoi kyläläisen, joka mun piti... Tein ihan oikeita juttuja, mutta jostain syystä ne ei toiminut täydellisesti. Oho, nyt vähän täällä tapataan myös tiettyjä tyyppejä, mutta ei oo paha, ei oo paha. No niin, elikkä. Minkähän takia täällä on nyt sitten... Vihreän kyläläiset. Mä en nyt ihan päässyt selvyyteen, että tulis ne vaan tekee muurin kuntoon vai livahtiks ne tänne meidän puolelle. Mutta sen varmaan sitä aikanaan näkee. Onko sulla mitään kykyä puolustautua, jos tulee tarve?
Ei kun mä huusin nää Donjokin, mikä onkaan, niin vaatii paljon kiveä.
Joo, ne on sillä aika konstikkaita. Ei mitään helppoja.
Mm.
Okei. Täällä on tehty kivimuurit. Joten katsotaan. Mä varmasti teen jotain jousiukkeleita ja vaihdan kautta. Toki mä satsaan myöskin peltoihin, koska on tärkeää, että on hyviä peltoja. Huonolla pellolla tulee vaan kieroa perunaa, niin kuin meillä aina sanotaan. Varmaan. Nyt mä olin ajoissa. Et varmaan kuullu. Okei, vihreä kerää kiveä. Kultaa, täälläkin tehdään tornia. Kaikkea nää keksii. Okei, mutta tilanne näyttää kuitenkin vähän tällaiselta stressaantuneelta ehkä.
Meille vai heillä?
Heille.
Hyvä.
Antti ei kyllä ikinä usko siitä, että me voidaan saada semmonen vastustaja, joka olisi ollut helposti voitettavissa kolmistaankin. Katsotaan. Mutta hyvä, mä voin nyt keskittyä puolustuspuuhin ja sä voit hoitaa loput.
Viljelen maata.
Aivan kuin esi-isämme aikoinaan. Samaan aikaan esiäidit on viljellyt kirosanoja. Eikä se nyt mitään pysty tekemään. Taas menee vaot vinoon, kun on käyty juomalla. Ja vihreä puuhakkaat on lähetetty väärään paikkaan. Okei. Sitten me käydään sinisellä pyörähtämässä. Ja joo. Ai niin, mulla ei pari lammasta hakematta. Upsista. Voi. Mihinkähän me ollaan nyt kuolemassa? Kyläkeskus. Arkkiviholliseni. Täällä on jousiampujamesta tehty ja sinisellä ei vieläkään ole loimea, mikä on vähän hassua, mutta ei ehkä ihan poikkeuksellista. Mikäs sun suunnitelma on?
No, ajattelen mä kuitenkin teen ton baraks, että jotain juttuja sieltä.
Niin kun sulla ei ollut kiveä. Kyllä sä saat sen tehdä.
Joo, no niin.
Parakin puhuja. Niin kuin meillä sanotaan.
Joo. Onko sieltä tulossa mitään heppaloisia?
Sieltä, täältä, tuolta, noilta.
Niin, vihulta.
En mä usko.
Eli ei kepitettyjä.
Kyllähän ne varmaan jossain kohtaa jotain tulee, mutta siis voitaisiin tehdä pari keppiä sinne hengailemaan, mutta nyt kun ne on vielä kakkoskaudella hiippailemassa, niin en pidä kahden välittömänä vaarana. On kuitenkin kuollut tässä ihan muutama tyyppi tässä menneiden viikkojen aikana. Okei, sininen on tehnyt jousiukkoja. Se on ihan mukavaa. Ja ei vielä päivitellyt. Oho. ai. Toinen josta vielä leijonaa päin, tää on katastrofi. Tota me ei tarvita. Mä tarvittais paljon muutakaan. Okei, joo, esitän, mulla on täällä nyt pari tallia tehtynä täällä näitten takalinjoille, niin ehkä voi olla ihan hyvä hetki suunnitella hyökkäämistä.
Joo, alan tekee joukkoja.
Mä tuun tsekkaan mikä tää muurien tilanne on täällä. Pääsikö niistä esim. Läpi. Niin voit sitten lähetellä sun joukkoja tänne. Mitäs nää tekee? Oho. No, täällä on kaikin puolin kyllä täällä on suhteellisen katastrofaalinen tällainen taloustilanne täällä kotopuolessa. Ai sinne on tehnyt lisää jousiukkoja. Okei. Onkohan mä tulkinut väärin tää tilannetta? Tuskinpa. Mä teen tohon reijän, niin tervetuloa sitten vaan kun pääset. Noikin lampaat pitää joskus syödä. Ja... Vihreikin tekee kepiheittäjiä täällä. Mutta on täällä sentään tallikin. Tulee sieltä joskus jotain. Kun sä oot sisilialainen, sä voit ihan hyvin tehdä niitä serkenttejä esimerkiksi, koska ne on ihan hyviä myös koneja vastaan. Täällä on kuten vain köykäisiä poneja vihreä tällä hetkellä. Et sinänsä siis voi tehdä ihan laadukkaita tyyppejä, koska ei meillä ole mitään hätää. Voidaan käydä ja pitää hauskaa. Tää olisi nyt auki, niin tuu ennen kuin on myöhäistä. Mä oon käyttänyt jonkun verran resursseja erilaisten puolustusrakennelmien tekemiseen, niin tuota. Mä luulen, ettei tarvi ihan hetkeen olla kauhean peloissaan, mutta täytyy tietysti tehdä jotain ennen kuin ne pääsee hyvään vauhtiin. Ai, nyt vihreä tuli bongaan tän mun ratsuosastoni. Okei. Tuutko sä mukaan hyökkää? Okei, sulla ei... Mainarit on lähetetty heti.
Joo.
Ensiaallossa niin kuin on tärkeetä. Ja... Otamme heidät ilolla vastaan. Itse pistäis noin tonne. Ja.
Teekö mä linnan johonkin?
Joo. Esimerkiksi tohon. Käydään tsekkaa mikä tilanne siellä on, mutta mä oon nyt alustavasti luottavainen, että siellä on... tohon vaan ton kivikasan päälle sitten. Tai katsotaan. Kato, noniin. Tohon noin, niin että molemmat kyläkeskukset on hoideltu, niin se on sillä hyvä. Omaan tahtiin sitten vaan. Aleksi rakentaa kohta. Noin. Mitähän kaikkea tässä oikeastaan? Oi ei, vihreä lähetti armeijakuntansa tänne. Eikä mulla mitään millä puolustautua tollasia maailmanluokan tyyppejä vastaan. Ai. Toisaalta tulee pahan taloihin tilaa. Olikohan toi meille vai heille toi?
Vetään sen valmiiksi karkuun.
Sori, mä keskityin pelastamaan mun kyläläisiä, mikä oli virhe, koska mitä arvoa niillä on? Eikö se ole Ukrainasta opittu mitään? Vanhan ystävämme Stalinin puheista. Tää oli vähän tämmönen pahan mielen peli, kun noi oli sen verran alttiita tälle alun hyökkäilylle. Mutta vihreä sai tapettua mun kyläläiset, joten...
Meillä on kertaakaan Black Forestissa tavattu ihmisiä, kun ne lähtisi hyökkäämään. Kaikki on niin kuin lähtee muorittamaan.
Se on ihan oikeassa. Ihan niinku tää olisi jotenkin semmoisen hyviä tapojen vastainen taktiikka tai jotain, kun kukaan ei tee näin. Varmaan röyhkeimmillään on ollut just se hetkin, oliko silloin, että kolmoskaudella tuli noilla ballista elefanteilla metsän läpi. Olisiko ollut joku sellainen peli silloin tyyli vuosi sitten, mikä oli tyyli nopeimmillaan, mitä on meidän kimppuun käyty. Ja niillä oli selkeä taktiikka siinä, että ne yrittää hyödyntää ton nopean linnaajan. Ja ehkä näilläkin oli samanlainen taktiikka, että sitten mennään linna-aikaan ja ruvetaan tekemään elefantti jouskariukkeleita. Toki voi myös olla, että jos nämä ei ollut toistensa frendejä, niin sitten oli tämmöinen ad hoc. Ehkä sekin vaikuttaa, että sitten ei viitti kauheasti lähteä toiselle puolelle, jos ei ole tavallaan, jos pelaa joku ventovieraan kanssa. Kun sitten pilaa sen oman joukkueen pelin, jos se ei ole näin hyvin suunniteltu niin kuin tämä meidän.
Niin meillä oli.
Sä voitit pisteissä myös. Johtuu sitä siitä, että mä tapatin porukkaa sinne linnaan puolustaakseni sun kunniaa?
Ei tietenkään. Tiimi voittaa, tiimi häviää.
Joo. Tää meidän tiimiä haukkunut meidän tai omaansa on pelannut vasta 15 peliä. Ehkä se oli semmonen hauska tapa lähteä. Tai sitten viittasi nimenomaan itseensä, että aloittelijoita ollaan. Kehtaattekin.
Jaa. Ai, he ovat vielä nuoria.
Niinpä. Okei, lisää samaa. Tietenkin eri twistillä. Mutta tässä nyt oli jo lähempänä. Nyt mä huomasin varmaan, niin mä maltoin tässä mieleni, että en lähde. Rakensin kyläkeskusta kotiin ja kaikkea tällaista. Yritin käydä hakemassa muutaman elefantin, vaikka sitten se kyläläinen kuolikin, joka tätä yritti ja niin edelleen.
Ja mulla meni pasmat sekaisin, kun mulla en päästy kääntämään tai jostain syystä en ole lähtenyt tekemään sitä mun normirakennusjärjestystä, vaan lykkäsin sitä baroksin rakentamista.
Joo, koska se nyt viimeisessä päivityksessä muuttuu niin, että sisilialaiset saa sillä donjonilla avattua kaikki samalla lailla kuin parakilla normaalisti saa, ja sen pystyy tekemään ekalla kaudella. Niin, toki se maksaa kiveä, mutta sitten se mahdollistaa sen, että voi suoraan siitä hypätä.
Ekalla kaudella jo.
Joo, se ei ammu silloin nuolia, mutta sen pystyy tekemään.
Okei. No siinä oli. Käyn hakemassa vettä.
Hyvä idea. Dun, dun, dun. Oh. Habaros, thank you for the follow. It's been a few minutes, as you can tell, but for me it's news. So thank you for bearing such a good set of news. Of course, hopefully you are still around. Like Santtu is. Eller hur?
Nej, det stämmer inte.
Joo. Tiedäthän, että tässä voi tulla mitä vaan, vaikka vaihtoehtojen kirjo onkin silti melko pieni.
Uraa.
Mutta niin kuitenkin voi olla esimerkiksi tuollainen paimentolaisalku, ettei joka kyläkeskusta, niin sitten täytyy vaan olla skarppina. Tai niitä kyläkeskuksia voi olla jopa 2. Se olisikin hauskaa tähän väliin.
Joo. Yksi oli ihan helppo.
Niin, siksi niitä tehdään lisää koko ajan.
Oh.
Hunnit ja italialaiset. Onko niin, että bohemialaiset saa ton 1,000,000 kanaa? Okei. Tähän näyttää hauskalta. Ja kameli. Ja me ollaan vieretystä. No niin. Tää on selkeästi tällainen, pitäkää hauskaa onnen toivotushetki. Ne olikin kesyjakanoja. Mä luulin, että niitä ei voi liikuttaa, niin mä jätin ne tonne hengoilee hupsista. Kuka sitten näyttää tyhmältä? En tajunnut myöskään rakentaa taloja, koska tää on päivän ensimmäinen peli. Oi. Nonni. Olipa hyvä, että käytiin tää sparrausta läpi tähän, että miten tätä kuuluu pelata. Mikä näitä tyyppejä vaivaa? Kannat on söpöäänisiä. Sun kamelikin tekee jo työtä. Hyvä.
Aika nopeita kameli.
Jep. Mä voisin käydä tutkimassa, että onko tuolla nurkassa jotain, koska aina silloin tällöin näin on. Hän olisi voinut kyllä käyttää kanaakin, mutta tuli vasta nyt mieleen. Mä pistän parit. Saat yhden kanan tosta kaupan päälle, jos ne löytää vielä. Okei, tässä siis on ainakin matalikkoa. Ja. Okei, mä en muista tällaista, mutta toisaalta ei ole kauheasti pelannutkaan. Mikä on hyvä merkki? Sitten kun heitin sulla lampaita tuolla odottamassa. Hei, miksei kukaan ole hakenut mulle lampaita? Voitko sä hakea ne, kun sulla on se kameli siinä hengailemassa ihan tollasena? No varmaan noikin oli varmaan mun, että noin.
Ei täällä on niinku...
Mitä täällä ei oo? Sano loppuun vaan.
Ihmistä ei ole meidän lampaita.
Selvä.
Ei kun...
Me olemme kurjaa. Okei, kiitos avusta. Ystävä? Tuolla onkin joku tämmöinen lätäkkö. Rohkea kanaseni on kohta pulassa, kun pääs vielä tuolta.
Aika paljon näitä eri liikkejä.
Pitäisiköhän tällä tiedolla tehdä jotain? Oho. Voi ei, voi ei, voi ei. Täällä. Voihan talot ja kaikki. Tää on sen näköistä, että täällä pitäisi varmaan tehdä joku kalastustönön tynkä. Hei, mulla on halvemmat kyläläiset. Noniin. Näillä kaikilla tiedoilla niin tää lähtee tästä pikkuhiljaa kulkee. Haluatko sä oman sarvikuonon vai otaks mä molemmat?
Mä otan toisen.
Aha. Mitäs ne lampaat?
Sitä on kaikki.
Okei. No, okei. Selvä. Ystävä kysymysmerkki. Oh-oh. Tyypit hyppäs vähän huonosti, mutta mitali tuli silti. Jos me otetaan toi lätäkkä tosta hyötykäyttöön. Okei, mun lampaani on täällä. Onko sun kameli vielä jossain lähellä vai pitäis mun ite hakea?
Joku se on tuolla toisella puolella karttaa.
Aha. Aha. No. Mä pistetään mun hyvän kyläläisen sitten hoitaan. Mitäs tää ylipäätään menee tää mun? Ehkä mä teen tohon Keskijärveen jonkun jutun. Oliks meillä nyt joku taktiikka? Mitä me ollaan tekemässä? Hyvä. Mennään sillä. Mä menen tekemään tonne sitten parit satamat ja valitsin väärän zebran, mutta toikin ihan ok.
Kameli löydettiin.
Ja mitäs sille tapahtui? Sitten se yksit pakoon vai mitä?
Jäljet päätti.
Mieti, jos se olisi ollut tuolla lammasjahdissa, niin se olisi varmaan sanonut aika rauhassa. Voihan talot. Noi. Tota. Mun 200 saattaa olla vähän liioitteleva. No! Kel puuta on se puuta, käyttäköön.
Ei se ollutkaan. Menty.
No mä kattelin, kun se käveli tossa hetki sitten poikki noiden.
Se erikoista reittiä meni ihan jutussa, ei pääsi tuolta laitaa pitkin tonne toiseen kulmaan. Eli ilmeisesti ei ole
Olisiko sitten
montaa
mahdollista, että onko tää sitten meidän ylityspaikka tässä?
Joo.
Pitäisikö meidän tutkia tätä lisää? Vai onko siellä vedetty muurit väliin? Mitä jos ne ei haluakaan pelata tätä nopeasti niin, että heti kun kaiken maailman antit palaa kotiin, niin ne pääsee peliin? Mä teen muutaman tommosen nuijaukkelin heilumaan tonne.
Hyvä. Pelotteekin.
Niin siitähän oppivat sitten. Itse asiassa siirretään toi. Noin. Yhtäkkiä tää on maailman paras keksintö tää mun satamasatsaus, paitsi että mä rakensin nää ehkä turhaan tänne pohjukkaan. No! Jälkiviisaus on helppoa, mutta vaatii sen, että pysyy hengissä. niin kuin meillä sanotaan. Oho. Tää oli ihan hyvälaatuinen oho, mä vaan klikkasin ohi, niin kuin meillä sanotaan. Ja. Noitten kammeli menee täällä. Sitä ei kyllä saa varmaan millään keppiukkelilla kiinni, mutta mä yritän.
Onko sen käynyt tää omaksi kamerit?
Täällä on 2 jouskarimestaa. Kannattaa ehkä tehdä kepiheittäjä varastoon muutama. Niillä saattaa olla sittenkin joku taktiikka. Ehkä sen pystyy käännyttämään. Vielä kun olisi puuta jossain. Voi. Tää on teillekin huonoja aikoja. Onko sulla kykyä tehdä minkälaisia joukkoja tässä?
Joo, mä aloin tehdä niitä kipiheittäjä kunnon.
Koska näyttäisi, että tää on siis täältä laidasta auki tää. Tää on nyt oikea tulkinta. Eli tää missä nämä mun kalastusalukseni on maailman huonoin paikka niille. Mä lähden linnaan aikaa, jos mä selviän tästä. Niin. Katsotaan, mä voin tehdä muutama hassun. Kepiheittelijä hengailee ja... Missähän ne niiden tyypit oikein on, kun luulisin, että ne kannattais hyödyntää ne jousiukkelit. Paitsi jos ne on tulossa seuraavalle kaudelle. Pitääkö käyttää sitä vasta sitten? Ajattelin tässä itsestäänselvyyksiä ääneen, mutta se on sentään jotain. Okei, ne on täällä. Että nyt jos koskaan, niin kuin meillä sanotaan. Kämitetään toi talo rakentamatta ja... Oi ei. Okei, saaks sun tyyppejä vähän alaspäin? Kiitos. Ja... Saaks sä päivitettyä niitä? Okei. Mä tein täällä kaiken suojassa tommosen pienen ratsutallin perustuksen. Ei, väärä reitti. Joo. Mikäs teet? Joka tapauksessa... Onko sulla tulossa lisää tyyppejä tässä kohta?
Joo.
Hyvä. Oho, mä hieman hävitän tässä näitä omia joukkoja, niin sattuu! Okei, hyvä. Näihin sisältyy tiettyjä riskejä hetkittäin näihin. Mutta mitä hätäähän meillä ei ole tietenkään. Saatko se sun tyyppi vielä vähän matkaa? Kiitos. Tykkää tästä meidän tyylistä, millä me ripotelleen käytellään tätä. Tästä tonne.
No niin, että yksi kerrallaan noin.
Mä voisin varmaan päivittää nämä mun kepiheittäjät, kun kerta niitä tässä nyt tehdään. Jäi vähän ihastelemaan. Okei. No niin. Multa siis kuoli tässä muutama tyyppi, mutta sanotaan nyt kuitenkin, että niitä on vaikka esimerkiksi vaan joku 3 tai jotain. Mut niillä on varmaan joku jatkosuunnitelma. Okei, keltaisella on aika paljon jousikukkeleita. Ehkä huomasitkin. Niistä on aika fiksua hankkiutua nyt eroon, mutta... En sitten tiedä, että tarviiks meidän nyt nähdä mitään vaivaa minkään suhteen erityisesti. Onko sulla kantaa laivan näön suhteen?
Onko?
Ei, punainen tekee laivoja. Mäkin teen pari laivaa sitten. Ja mä vein sun Mari... Eikö sulla oli täällä omiakin? Okei, mä sitten mitään vien. Eli... Hei, täällä on aika hauska tämmönen maakaistale täällä. Mun supersuunnitelma on nyt koittaa rakentaa sitten kuitenkin joku linna ehkä. Mun piti yllättää noin poneilla, mutta nyt mä en enää varma siitä. Mitäs sä teet, bohemialaiset? Kaikkihan me ollaan yhtä hienoa sakkia. Mun tekemiseni tahti on vähän tässä hidastunut. Mä teinkin ratsu heposia. Nehän on söpöjä. Noniin, kaikki on ratkennut. Menen niillä vaan tonne tapattaa johonkin ja... Hyvä tulee. Mä voin mennä tonne ja... Oho, tää mun kivenhakkuupaikka on huonosti rakennettu. No. Yksi monista huonosti rakennetuista. Takas tohon ja... Punainen teki siis tyyli yhden laivan, mutta mä en tiedä mitä muuta. Musta on yllättävää, jos ei tuolta tuu kohta jotain maihin nousuyrityksiä tai muuta, mutta en mä ehkä tiedä tästä pelistä tarpeeksi. Mä yritän tehdä tohon linnan. Jos voit tuoda tyyppejä vähän lähemmäs, niin se olisi kivaa. Tähän mä halusin. Noita. Mä laitoin sinne vaan muutaman joutilaan kaverin, kun tää ei kuitenkaan niin vakava paikka. Pistän muutaman lisää. Typ. 50 ruokaa. Ihan leijona. Oho, mulla ei ole ihan kaikki päivitykset tehtynä, mutta no. Hätäkös tässä? Mä menen parilla ponilla näyttäytyy, niin katsotaan aiheuttaako se niissä ansaittua. Enpäs meikään näyttäytyy, se olisi tyhmä idea. Gulam. Niillähän me mennään. Joo. Mitä sä teet? Rakennat, okei. Okay. Kerät reliikkejä. Totta, sä mainitsit ne. Hyvä. Noniin. Voitettu peli.
Kyllä.
Voidaan kohta tehdä toinen linna.
Joo.
Koittaakohan noin vaan päästä seuraavalle kaudelle, olisiko se fiksu idea niiltä? Ai kun olisi muutama kullankaivaja lisää. Noija. Noija. Mitäs noiden taktiikkaa vaan pelata pitkää peliä ja sitten luoda kauppayhteydet ja nauttia elämästä?
No. Sitten ollaan vahvoilla.
Okay. En näe mitään syytä olla uskomatta, että voisi olla tässäkin asiassa hyvin oikeassa. Rakennusten sommittelusta jää sellainen kuva, että noilla on ehkä aavistuksen sellainen puolustava lähestymistapa. Mikä tietysti sopii kuvaan siinä kohtaa, kun on nähnyt, että meillä on... Oi ei, siellä on jo päivitettyjä tulilaivoja. Tää ei ole hyvä merkki. Mulla on vaan tämmöisiä säälittäviä rupusia. Täällä on myös reliikki, mä en tiedä, onko sä pannut merkille tällaisia asioita, mutta...
Joo.
Noiden takalinjoillakin näyttää olevan. Mä hoitelen täältä parit. Keltaisella on täällä ihan mukava elävä kyläyhteisö. Täältä kuulee joku 10 tai toistakymmentä kyläläistä suurin piirtein aika vikkelästi. Okei. Punaisen tapauksessa voi varautua siihen, että sieltä tulee heposia.
Okei.
Oho. Katsotaan mitä muuta niillä on. Yksistä. Keltaisella on jousiukkoja. Okei. Selvä. Eli piikkiukkeleita sitten vaan.
Joo.
Jos meidän... Okei, no täytyy ehkä päivitellä vähän. Tämmöisiä perustarpeita. Melkein parit. Parakit lisää ja... Mulla on myös muutamat kamelit. Johon multa puuttuu vaikka mitä päivityksiä. Mut siis noiltahan voi odottaa nyt esimerkiksi jotain ruutiukkeleita myös. Mutta mites tää nyt kannattaa hoitaa? Ehkä seuraava kausi on aika hyvä prioriteetti.
Joo.
Jos et ole vielä aikaisemmin miettinyt. Jos tästä tuo leijona oli tosi säysee. Mä käyn katsomaan, pääseekö tonne toiselle puolelle, tekee samanlaisen iskun vai miltä tää näyttää. Menikos kuuluu jotain ääniä, mutta... Okei. Keltainen tekee siis noita ruutiukkeleita. Oho.
Pärjääkö noi kepiheittäjät niitä vastaan?
Jousiukkelit on esimerkiksi ihan hauskoja. Kepiheittäjätkin pärjää kyllä, mutta siis sä saat tehtyä myös ruutiukkoja omasta takaa, eiks vaan? Niin sä voit ihan hyvin tehdä niitä.
Onko sulla kauppalinjaa?
Ei kohtaa. Täällä on pari markettia tulos. Mun pitäis varmaan vaihtaa kautta. Mä oon keskittynyt vaan tekemään kaikkia päivityksiä, mutta sehän ei oo kestävää. Nää tyypit voi ottaa tosta linna ja noin. Ongelmahan on se, että kun noi tulee tuolta noitten... Hetkinen, mä päivittelen vähän mun kameleita. Sattuu!
No.
Mulla oli täällä hyvä linna tulos.
Mitä?
Näilläkin on hieno linna tulos. Niin nyt tarvitaan siis puolustusvalmiutta. Mut okei. Sinänsä toi ei niin paha, jos noi pistäis tonne yksi linna varmuuden vuoksi kanssa. Sulla on muutamat keppiukkelit täällä, mä en tiedä onko sä tietoinen niistä, mutta niillä voisi ehkä olla käyttöä tässä suhteellisen lähelläkin. Ja sitten parit katapultit lisää. Okei, no ihan mukavassa kasas. Santtu! Okei, no tulossa. Ei mitään hätää, hyvä. Olin vaan hetken huolissani, että missä on meidän taivaalliset tukijoukot.
Näin se on. Pitää vaan uskoa.
Tässä kävelee kyllä niin mielenkiintoista reittiä, että tää sota on ohi ennen kuin ne on perillä. Oi voi, no joo, mutta kyllähän tästäkin me selvitään, mutta tästä tuli ehkä muutama kuolonuhri enemmän kuin mitä olisi tullut tarpeen ihan välttämättä tulla. Mutta se oli mun oman innokkuuteni seurausta, kun lähdin tässä näin keulimaan näillä. Samaan aikaan, kyllä taas kelpaa ihastella, miten on näin taitavia tyyppejä, miten voikin samassa tiimissä olla. Voiko sun keppiukkelit keskittyä hoitaa noin jousiukkelit, niin mä keskityn muihin asioihin niinku seuraavasta kaudesta nauttimiseen.
Joo.
Kiitos. Tosta vois ehkä ottaa noin. Mullahan on hyvät kanuunaukkelit, ehkä mä sitten teen niitä. Joo, pysy vaan kaukana sitä linnasta. Jos voit.
Joukot katos.
No ne uusia tulee, ne on strategisilla säästökuureilla. Niin kuin kaikki aina näihin aikoihin, joku pitäisi jotain tehdä. Mä tein vähän taikaponeja, niin kyllä kohta saa ehkä me tehdä tohon sitten Sittenkään vaan mennäänkin tonne. Oho. Joo, mutta tääkin on nyt vähän keskittymistä vaativaa hommaa. Elikkä siis me ollaan kanuunaukkeleita, mitkä on kurjia. Ne tuli liian lähelle. Hyvä. Tohon on ehkä hyvä varautua. Saatko sä tehtyä linnaa siihen sun oman kylän suojaksi?
Joo.
Eihän ne muuten mitään tee, ne on vaan vähän juonikkaita. Saisinko mä tehtyä jonkun... Missä on räjähtelevät laivat? Tossa. Mä lähetän pari sellaista. Ja... Ei saada päivitettyä niitä. No minkäs teet? Oho, täällä on joku 50 työtöntä. Noin. Tässäkin on parit. Sitten nää voi ehkä pysyä täällä. Okei, mutta ne lopetti kesken kaiken, mikä on vähän häiriintynyttä. Mut se on vaan mun mielipiteeni asiasta. Mitäs sä teet?
Puolustuslinnan.
Ne tulee.
Ja toisen.
Okei, tää yksi laiva ei riitäkään tuhoa näitä kaikkia. No, tossa on kuitenkin isot ponnistelut pienen hyödyn takia, niin tää on ihan hauskaa. Tästä tosta vähän lisää. Häh! Nyt täällä tuhotaan mun hienoja piirityskoneita, niin ei kukaan sano mitään. En tiedä, pitäisikö tässä nyt mitään sanoakaan, mutta... Onko sulta tulossa jotain joukkoja tänne missä ikään kuin taistellaan vähän niinku... Sillain näennäisesti? Mikä sun suhtautuminen on tähän tilanteeseen täällä? Nyt pitäisikö munkin tehdä sitten jotain tylsiä jousiukkeleita vaan tänne? Jeesailemaan.
Mä menin jotenkin omaan.
Senku. Onks sä Ja kellot soi, mä lähetän kans sinne parit. Tää on ilmiselvä valehyökkäys tää, oho. Tää vaan kaiken maailman kanuunoilla ammuskellaan. Ehkä mä pistän noin tekeen kans yhden linnan tänne. Lisää. Minkä takia ne ei tullut mun kylään? Ainoa vasta matkalla. Okei. Voidaanko sä matkalla kaikki tämmöistä epämiellyttävät? Keskityin vähän huonosti. Mihinkäs nää ois menossa? Mulla on vasta 100 kyläläistä, niitä voisi olla vähän enempi. Okei, tietysti niitä on ehkä kuollut täällä hyökkäyksen aikana. Kun kysyin aikaisemmin, että miksei ne tuu tänne, niin se johtuu varmaan siitä, ettei niillä ollut kovasti syytä. Mulla on kuullut ehkä 30 kyläläistä tai jotain. Tää oli siis täydellinen isku, koska me ei osattu odottaa, että jotain näin yllättävää voisi tapahtua. Mä tekee seuraava linna tonne. Täydellistä. Tosta vähän lisää kantamaan, joo. Tällaista noin. Mutta siis täällä Keltaisen kylässä on myös ihan mukavat tällaiset tuhokaudet käynnissä. Multa ehkä kuoli joku 50 kyläläistä, mutta kuoli niiltäkin pari. Mutta sen lisäksi, että nää on aika työttöminä nää mun hengissä olevat kaverit. No ehkä noin kepit hoitaa loput. Ja sitten vielä lähettää uusia tyyppejä tuolta. Tää on kyllä söpöä. Kun nää yhteys on kerran luotu, niin... Ai. Okei. No tää näyttää nyt vähän huonolta. Mä en tiedä, onko sä miten tietoinen tästä vallitsevasta tilanteesta, mutta... Onko sulla vielä tyyppejä hengissä?
Muutama.
Meinaan siis... Ei niilläkään nyt ihan täydellinen tilanne ole, jos tällainen katsoo, että... Mikä täällä on tää saldo, niin. Mutta käyn vaikka tonne sitten ja sitten ottaa noita peltoja haltuun. Mut mulla kuoli ehkä joku 60 tai jotain kyläläistä tässä. Ja sit nää vielä jatkaa, kun nää nyt ei jostain syystä oo kuollakseen nää taikaponit. Joo. Milläs mä vielä osaisin noita hoidettua? Tää linna sentään valmistuu. Hyvää duunia kaikki. Paljon sulla on tyyppejä hengissä? Jos pitäis sanoa joku numero.
80.
80, okei. No joo. Tää on vieläkin yksi taikaponi himmailemassa. Seuraava aalto tulee. Mutta mitäs meidän kauppayhteyksille kuuluu?
Huonoa.
Ai niin se on varmaan tuolla työn alla se. Aivan.
Oi joo, kohta tuolla muuten iso.
Joo, ja tuskin se isompi kuin toi äskenenkään.
Joo. Mä luulen niin.
No joo, vaan rakennuksia vastaan vähän parempia. Niin ehkä on ihan hyvä hetki, jos saat niitä keppiukkeleita vaan tehtyä lisää, niin ne voi olla ihan paikallaan tässä. Tässä menee hetki. Mä saan tästä 50 kyläläisestä tehtyä taas jonkun positiivisen luvun. Keltainen tekee täällä pikkuhiljaa tämmöstä puskuduunia myös, mutta kyllähän sinne joku aika menee. Ottaa tommosen pellon ja ai kun olisi vielä satamia, mistä laittaa noita tuhoavia tönöjä. Mutta niin tällainen ongelma on, että tää keltainen tekee täällä tämmöstä hidasta lähestymistä.
Joo.
En tiedä, olisi mulle ihan kamalasti täällä mitään hengissäpitointressejä. Et mitä tässä nyt sitten tekis? Täytyy saada päivitettyä näitä tyyppejä, mutta kaikki maksaa rahaa. Ne menee meidän kauppalinjoille tietämättä, että siellä on vaan tosi yksi yksittäinen kyläläinen hengailemassa. Ois tarkkana tossa. Tuohon ei saa keskusta, mutta minkäs teet? Nopeampi kullantuotto, hyvä homma. Mulla on taas 73 kyläläistä, mutta vaan 73.
Mä tapaan ne nyt kaikki on
hyvä.
ratsuttamiseen.
Joo, se toinen aaltohan on niinku tiedät, mutta kyllähän se sitten sen hoidat sen mitä tarvii. Toi toimii kuten ihan hyvänä hidasteena toi linnojen paljous, mikä meillä on nyt. Vaan saisin päivitettyä vähän noita kanuunoita, niin hyvä on. Saatko sä hoidettua nää kanssa?
Joo.
Vai onko se jonkun muu hommia?
Ei.
Toi kyläkeskus ei ole kauhean kauan kestä, mutta onko siinä vieressä toinen? Nyt mulla on kaikki hienot arkkitehtuuripäivitykset. Tavallaan oli. Sitten voidaan mennä tekemään tällainen tonne noin. Ai kun sais. Oho, nyt tää mun kanuunani meni vähän turhan pitkälle. No. Uusia odotelles. Sitten täällä on vielä Santtu, jos sulla on sellainen hetki jossain kohtaa. Oho.
Joo.
myöhästyi ehkä vähän ton kanssa, niin noista voisi hankkiutua eroon. Siis täällä on vielä vähän joutilaita, joo. Ja... Sitten meni tohi. Siinä on semmonen hieno hyökkäysliike-nappi, mutta se on vähän edistyneille käyttäjille, millä saa ne hyökkää heti kun tulee joku vastaan. Nyt kun sais vielä vähän ruokaa ja... Ai niin, mullahan on tää vielä paremmat karavaanit keksintö ois tossa tyrkyllä kun vaan. Sulla on tuolla linnassa jotain. Mut siis hienoa. Hyvää puuhakkuutta. Oho, tuollakin on 10 tyyppiä hengailemassa. Ei mikään helppo. Kiitos. Noin. 600
näitä vagoneita. On ussite vagon.
Kannattaa, joo, ne on hyviä. Kyllä. Ja niitä kannattaa nyt sitten tehdä aika määrissä kanssa.
Okei.
Jos oot siinä asemassa, että voit tehdä jotain, niin teepäs kuule niitä.
Okei.
Ei tullut mieleen, kun mulla oli tässä vähän kaikkea tämmöstä. Oli näitä omia ongelmia, tiedät, perhe kotona kaikki.
Ettei mun ongelmat kiinnosta.
Niin. Tuossa on reliikki, saat vielä, se on muutama minuutti aikaa napata se ennen kuin tulee tukkaa.
En mä saa, munkin tapettiin ja...
Ai niin, ja uuden tekeminen on laitonta.
Jos oli niin vähän aikaa siihen, niin ei kerkeä.
Joo, mä tiedän. Mä pistän kohta ponit tonne niiden kylään kanssa hengailee hetkeksi. Niin saavat tuta. Nyt siis oleellista on lähinnä se, että me pidetään tää hetken aikaa tää... Mistä mä saan vähän lisää kiveä? Kun näähän tulee tästä joen ylitte kohta niin kuin, että pam.
Joo.
Niin. Pystytkö sä tuomaan, saadaanko me hoidettua noitosta ennen kuin ne tulee ylitte? Haha, täydellistä. Hoidan ne tykit ensin. Noniin, hyvä. Noniin. Okei, no toi ei ihan riittänyt toi mun. Okei, sit sä voit vetäytyä takaisin linnan suojaan myös. Mä hoitelen tätä tykillä noin. Mitä on jäljellä. Noin. Nyt ne joutuu odottelemaan joku viikon, että tulee... Piu. Okei, kato. Okei, älä kato. Ei oo mitään nähtävää. Olin väärässä. Noniin. Mä odotan, että ne tulee seuraavan kerran. Varmaan vaan ajan kysymys. Niin. Lähdetään täältä alhaalta hyökkää. Okei, tarkkana. Sieltä tulee taikaponeja. Ja mennään taas kotiin hengailemaan hetkeksi. Okei. Täällä on tehty kivimuurit. Nää osaa kyllä kaikenlaisia temppuja. Nyt noille pitäisi tulla kiire kotiin, jos kaikki menee hyvin. Ja sitten me isketään tonne ja ollaan iloisia siitä, että kaikki menee niin hyvin. Voitko sä hoitaa nämä tyhmät hevoset täältä mun kotoini?
Joo.
Täällä on lisää tykkejä, tää on kyllä inhottavaa. Noniin.
missä on tyhmiä hevosia?
Ei varmaan enää missään. Hyvä kun sanoit, että mä pistän tyypit takas töihin. Pup. Mutta täällä on hyviä uutisia, koska toi noitten kauppayhteys on ihan just tuhottu. Kun toi marketti tosta vaan räjähtää. Täällä kellot soi ja niin kuin näkyy, niin täällä on hauskan näköistä meininkiä. Olisikohan tää...
Ja meidän kauppayhteys.
No, katsotaan sit kun tää on hoidettu. Voiko sä liikuttaa sun tyyppejä vähän? Ei oikeastaan väliä, liikuta mihin huvittaa. Tää on kyllähän kiitollista, kun täällä on tämmöstä sähinää käynnissä, niin toi marketti kesti noin koko viikon tuhoutua. Mutta nyt niiden kullantuotto on loppunut.
Hyvä.
Mikä on hyvä, koska niillä on kuitenkin tämmösiä ihan hyvännäköisiä voimapaladiineja täällä. Joka on meille inhottava juttu. Katsotaan mitä muuta täällä näkyy. Mut nyt voisi olla hyvä hetki iskeä vastaan.
Joo.
Keltainen on taas vetänyt joukkoja vähän matkaa tohon. Hyvä, mä pistän kaupparatsuja liikkeelle. Voiko sä pistää jonkun näkötornin tohon sillä sun ukkelilla, joka siellä hengailee, niin sais vähän osviittaa, että onks niillä paljon joukkoja vai vähän joukkoja vai ei joukkoja vai...
Minne?
Sinne meidän kauppapaikan yhteyteen.
Okay.
Ja vaan siis johonkin tohon, et näkis, että... Oho. On vähän joutilaita kavereita. Hetkittäin. Ja saaks sä hoidettua noin? Sulla on kuitenkin taika... Miskä näitä kutsutaan? Tyyppejä. Taikakeppejä.
Joo.
Ja ne on lähtökohtaisesti vähän inhottavia poneja, mutta... Kun vaan luotetaan prosessiin, niin tää menee ihan hyvin. Ne ei ihan hetkeen saa lisää kultaa kuitenkaan. Niin. Täällä niiden kyllä näyttää pahemmalta kuin meillä. Hienoja kärryjä sulla. Kyllä kelpaa iloiten katsella tällaista. Vähän tulee vahinkoa kyllä omissakin täällä. Hyvä. Hyvän näköisiä noin sun kärryt. Pystytkö sä huolehtiin tää oman kodin putsaamisesta, jos mä oon täällä tekemässä tuhoja täällä toisaalla? Okei. Hyvä homma. Katsotaan, jos täällä on vielä...
Otetaan vähän noita siviilejä vetää suojaa.
Hei, tässä on kuule vähän nyt muutakin tekemistä kuin suojata siviilejä. Voisiko sun kärryt tulla vähän vikkelämmin sieltä? Okei, mä pistän tyypit töihin, koska mitä täällä nyt enää. Vähän on punaista täällä joo, mutta se kuuluu varmaan tähän lajiin. Okei, täältä on varkain käyty tuhoamassa. Oho. Melkein on käyty tuhoamassa. Olin menettää tykin sen ansiosta, että oli turha hätäinen. No, mun elämäni huonoin päivä. No niin. Että keltainen on tehnyt oikein tommosia söpöjä munkkityyppejä ja kaikenlaisia. No toi on vähän inhottavaa toi. Noipas mennä tonne. Siis täällä on kuitenkin tällainen tympeen tavallisen näköinen tilanne. Oho. Toi on tehnyt uuden armeijan. Oh.
Olet mekin.
Ehkä. Oh. Voi olla, että nämä mun taloudelliset menetykset oli silti liian suuria. Pystytkö sä lähestynyt ylittämään sen meren sieltä?
Ja niin
Menee, koska täällä on nyt, koska niiden armeijat on nyt täällä alhaalla, niin tää voisi olla nyt sellainen hetki, että menisit niiden kärryjen kanssa, kun sulla on niinku noin 200 000 kärryä, niin tää voisi olla hyvä hetki pistää ne töihin. Täällä on myös yksi punaisen poni, mikä homma? Ei ihme, että täällä työt seisoo, kun ne sun kärryt, ensin teet 20 000 kärryä ja sitten ne ei edes tee niiden ainoata duunia. Mä oon pettynyt, mutta en yllättynyt. Okei. Niin, pääseekö sä menee... Mikä sun suunnitelma on?
Joo,
mä esittäisin, että meillä olisi iskun paikka, mutta se tarvitsisi myös käyttää.
Joo, mulla on kesto, että mä teen noita... Vai siis että en mene niin kun...
Menet. Siis nyt niiden armeijat on jo tulossa sieltä muutenkin vastaan, mutta niillä on laivasto tuolla. Niin sen jälkeen on ikävä mennä tuon koskeen ylittää, kun siinä on noin tykkilaivat ampumassa niskaa.
Joo, eli en mene laivoilla vaan yli.
Ei vaan sä vaan kävelet siitä yli ja sä rullaat sitä niin kovaa kuin sun...
Niin sanon. Mä yritin digipäissä tehdä noita ylityslaivoja.
Okei. No se oli mummoka se.
No niin oli. Onneksi huomaat itse.
Eikö se oikeesti yrittää tehdä jotain hikisiä laivoja? Noniin. Mä tein kanssa tommosia ruutiukkeleita. Tää tulee olemaan niin hieno. Tää on semmonen... Niin kuin me nuoret sanotaan.
Linnaa vastaan nää mun...
Joo, mutta en uhrais.
Okei.
Sä voit ihan hyvin peruuttaa tossa kohtaa. Kunhan päästään sillä lailla, että ne ei yllä ne laivat ampuun, niin... Että on sen verran syvällä siinä toisella puolella, niin... Se on ihan tarpeeksi. Mä teen tänne keskelle kauppareittejä peltoja, niin kuin olisi joku amatööri. Ja kuten ehkä huomaat, niin nää tekee aika ikävä. Hoida vaan ne laivat, sä pärjäät kyllä. Et sä pärjää, juokse pois, älä hoida mitään. Juokse pois.
Mä niinkö tiedä vitsaileksään vai eikö sä?
Ei kun mä luulin, että sä pärjäät, mutta sitten mä tajusin, että eihän noita vastaan pärjää mikään, kun on tommosia super tekijöitä. Mä kokeilen vähän mennä munkeilla käännytyspuuhiin. Katsotaan sit kuka pärjää ja kelle. No niin. Mut hyvä. Niin kauan kun sä pysyt kaukana linnasta, niin tää on tosi hienon näköistä. Mä tuun jeesailemaan vähän. Millä? Noilla. Sori, tässä kesti hetki, kun mulla oli vähän kaikkea tekemistä.
Mä otan... Aikanaan hyviä hämyjä nää mun ylityslaivani sitten.
Okei, oo tarkkana. Toi on vähän kurjaa, koska ne on nyt meidän kauppareiteillä. Ja nyt sun hienot kärryt tietysti tuhoutuu, mutta me saadaan niitä varmaan uusia. Se on vaan ajan kysymys.
Ne hajotti mun
Joo, mutta
ylpöytäni.
me saadaan uusia. Mutta sä voisit tehdä niitä köykäisiä, kun sulla kuitenkin on kapasiteettia, niin voisit tehdä niitä keppiukkeleita.
Joo.
Koska tää on vähän kurjaa, että ne on täällä meidän kauppareiteillä hengailemassa ja sit sun kärryt kitkuttaa perässä, kun niiden pitäisi olla tekemässä tuhoja toisessa päässä.
Joo, ne.
Jos tää nyt käy mitenkään järkeen tällainen ajattelu. Joskus jos mä saan kiveä, niin mä voin tehdä noita puolustavia viritelmiä lisääkin, mutta tähän ne seuraa, ne ei seuraa mitään. Okei. Nää jää koko ajan jumiin tänne. Niin saaks sä tonne laitettua jotain? Vai jääkö se jonkun muun vastuulle? Tää alkaa näyttää huonolta.
Joo, no.
Ne on verrattain ehkä vähän turhan vapaasti täällä meidän
Joo.
talousympyröissä verrattuna siihen, mitä me on. Toisaalta siis, nyt kun sanoin, niin me ollaan myös niiden kauppayhteyksillä taas, että äläpäs vielä luovuta.
Ei mielekään.
Jossainhan niillä on jotain kuitenkin käynnissä.
Kyllä. Hirveitä nää. Jos nää laittaa menemään johonkin, niin ne suoraan tuolta valmistuspaikalta, niin ne kävelee sinne vaikka niitä hakattaisi mennessä sinne.
Joo, siis sen takia tässä on tää hyökkäyskomento erikseen, millä voi tehdä niin, että ne... Elikkä löytyy siis mistä mä löydän joku sotilaan menas. Jos et sä nyt puhu kyläläisistä, niin mä lähetän meidän armeijan tonne niiden... Tästä noin. Niiden kyliin, niin... Noiden ei pitäisi olla kauhean kauaa elossa, kun siellä on parikymmentä ponia heilumassa. Ja niitä on vaan tärkeää pysyä hetken aikaa itse hengissä. Luuleeko sä, että sä pystyt?
Joo.
Hyvä. Ei tarvita kauppayhteyksiä mihinkään pistää vaan. Jos katot miltä tuolla näyttää tuolla niiden kotopuolessa, niin ei se nyt ihan kamalasti ole. Iloisia asioita käynnissä. Katsotaan missä nämä norsut tulee. Vähän hitaasti tulee. Tärkeintä on vaan tehdä lisää kyläläisiä tässä nyt.
Joo.
Koko aika. Koska jonkun verran meille tulee tämmöistä luonnollista hävikkiä, mille ei vaan voi mitään. Mikä siis kuuluu tähän lajiin. Okei, niiltäkin on vety reliikit tässä välissä. Ja tuolla on nyt seuraava armeijakunta odottamassa, mutta se ei ole kauhean iso ongelma. Koska meidän murskajaisnorsut menee täällä kanssa kovaa vauhtia. Mä vois mennä hoitelemaan noin. Voitko sä huolehtia tän oman kylän siivoamisesta, jos mä keskityn tekemään hyökkäysduuneja? Onko meillä edellytyksiä sellaisiin asioihin, kuten...
Sun kyllä myös.
No joo, no siis hoidan oma ensin, mut voi ton munkin kyllä hoitaa. Ei sekään huono.
Aika tämmönen tilanne.
Nyt etsiköhän nää mun ukkelini tänne ennen kuin toi tuhotaan toi. Mä voi olla puuhakkaajia ja... Ne on erinomaisia noitten tyyppejä vastaan kuitenkin, vaikka niillä taitaa olla joku ruutiase-etu. Niin. Hetkinen, mutta on vähän kyläkeskuksia kadonnut sitä viime näkemä.
Joo, tää ei.
Eihän täällä tee lisää. En teekään kyllä ihan heti, kun mulla ei ollut kaikkia resursseja, mistä aina välillä.
Ei. Tappanut mun puuhakkaajat.
No mistäs me saadaan lisää?
No näinpä, kun on kaikki kyläkeskuksessa piilossa niitä hyökkäystä.
Ai. On mulla vielä 2 kyläkeskusta. No tehän pääset töihin. Hyvä. No niin. Oho, ei. Perutaan toi. Hyvä jahti käynnissä siellä, niistä pitää. Noniin. Täällähän siis, niin kuin arvata saattaa, niin vaikka pisteellisesti näyttääkin välillä vähän huonolta, niin tää tilanne on aika kiva. Koska niillä on jotain kauppakärryjä vielä jäljellä, mutta oho, hyökätään puuhakkuumestoihin. Tärkeitä nekin kyllä. Ei käy kiistäminen. Na. Täällä ihan kamalasti on elämää enää nähtävissä täällä näitten kylässä.
Ei täällä sun kylässäkään.
No onneksi mulla on kodin puolustus. Ei, mulla on täällä kuinka monta tyyppiä. Noniin, kato. Huomasitko sä omat hyppäsi jeesaa?
En.
Oi ei, älä aja niitä tänne, et ne ei löydä. Tapa. Täydellistä. Noniin, sit vasta hyökkäykseen. Tosi, täällä on vielä joku poni, joka... mä hoitan, hei, anna mä hoidan tuon. Sä voit hoitaa nuo reliikit ja... Mitäs täällä vielä on? Vähän lisää poneja. Tää menee hienosti. Keltainen toi taas lisää ruutiukkeleita tänne jahtaa muutamaa. Mä selkeä hoitelen noita laivoja tosta. Otaks sä noin reliikit itsellesi?
Joo, niin mä saan uuden munkin.
Ai niin, et nyt sä teet lisää munkkeja, okei.
No ne tapettiin.
Okei, sit sulla on kyläkeskukset täynnä tyyppejä, jotka on siellä luimistelemassa. Pelokkaan näköisinä.
Olikin.
Mä teen muutamat tommoset piirityskoneen kaltaiset ja... Ai, noit punaisen ponit on huonoimpia mahdollisia, kun on kameleita vastassa. Oho, nyt vähän juoksutin kyllä niitä päin näitä mun tyyppejäni, mutta... Tervepä terve! Keltaisella on siis valtava määrä noita ruutiukkeleita ja sit se on vähän niinku siinä se. Kun sais tehtyä parempia katapultteja, mutta kaikki maksaa ruokaa. Paljon sulla on tyyppejä? Onks meillä vielä, Mitä?
60.
60, hyvä. Mä päivittelen mun katapultit paremmiksi, niin kyllä tää tästä. Kai sä oot kuitenkin tekemässä lisää koko ajan sillain niin kuin aina opastettu näissä meidän oppikirjoissa. Keltaisella on kyläkeskus tossa, punaisella on kyläkeskus täällä, joo tervepä terve. Täällä tehdään lisää kyläkeskuksia, nää kyllä keksii kaikenlaista. Aak! Tapataan täällä omia. Saiskohan nää päivittyyn kohta? Huonolta näyttää nyt. Just kun oli päivitys tulossa. No niin, vaihdetaan tonne. kultaa. Otetaan noin tosta tonne. Tässähän on myös se seikka, että noilla on nyt käyttämättä täällä resursseja, mitä on täällä alhaalla. Niin. Oho. Älkää menkö. Typ. 135 kultaa. Mikäs tässä maksaa? Voidaanko me yrittää mennä tosta heitteikö yli taas niin, että helähtää?
Joo.
Nää ammuskelee täällä näitä mun... Ai. Ratkaiseva hyviä. Katko puhun, koska täällä on niin intensiiviset hetket käynnissä. Oho, jotain muurimurtajalaitteita. Ai että. Voi ei. Voi ei. Nyt tää mun pyristelyni täällä. Pääseekö sä jatkaa sieltä niinku johonkin läpimurtoon?
Ei ole tarpeeksi joukkoja.
Mitä sä tarvit, että sulla on joukkoja? Mä tuun tekemään jotain. Mä voin olla hyödyksi itse asiassa, enkä olekaan haitaksi. Tee vaan... Oho. Hienoa muuten, että upotit ne laivat. Se oli hienosti tehty. Pup. Voitko sä edetä vähän matkaa, niin mä tuun tekemään sinne vähän sotatönejä.
Joo.
Mulla on ihan hyviä katapultteja, kun vaan pääsee käyttämään niitä. Ja sitten mä menen tekemään uudet kauppayhteydet kanssa. Ja mitä vielä? Sitten varmaan parit tyypit voi mennä tekemään tänne. Okei, sun pitää puolustaa hetken aikaa. Pystytkö sä? Varo linnaa. Keltä se osa joukoista on täällä alhaalla nyt hetken aikaa, joten se on ihan hyvä ikkuna meille. Tossa on myös reliikki odottelemassa sitten, kun tulee semmonen ihmeiden noutoaika.
No, tällainen on omatti vielä.
Missä nää menee tonne? Onks meidän kauppayhteydet tehtynä jo? Missäs mun kauppayhteyksien rakentajilla on ollut vähän kinkkinen päivä. Joo, tää varmaan kohta tulee valmista, kun aikansa miettii. Okei, mä teen vähän kanuunoita ja vähän katkepultteja. Voinko varautua? Ne on tossa. Mä käyn houkuttelemassa ne siihen. Sun ei tarvitse tehdä mitään. Hengailet vaan.
Joo. Siinä vaan
Noniin.
hyvä.
Täydellistä hengailua. Missä on mun kauppayhteydet? Tossa. Noniin. Sitten vähän hakkailette puita. Mulla on taas 100 kyläläistä, joten... Miten mä oon onnistunut käskyttää ne? No.
Miten sattuu on?
Jaa.
Tehdäänkö ihme?
Ei.
Miksei?
Se on ihan hyvä idea, mutta yleisesti ottaen sitä pidetään sellaisena keskisormen näyttönä. Mut joo, hei, tehdään ihme.
Tämä on just tämmönen, niin että kirjoittamattomat säännöt, ettei vaan aloittele pääse niin kuin... Ja niin kuin...
Mistä tää kaikki pitäisi tietää?
Niin.
Mä en kyllä tarvi... Okei. Pystytkö sä puolustamaan? Täällä on noita kaikkia inhottavia piirityskoneita, niin okei, älä saa tapata ittees. Oho. Tuli inhottava täysosuma. Mut voiko sä auttaa nyt? Tuo linna kuten melkein tuhoutuu. Hyvä. Mä menen tekemään pienen iskun tonne noitten selustoihin. Kyllä tiedä tarviiks. No. Tuleeko sulta lisää joukkoja jossain kohtaa, jos pyytää kauniisti? Hyvä. Sitten en edes pyydä, kun on vaan. Ja niin kuin ne tahallaan valitsis tommosen mutkaisimman reitin. Joo, hetki menee vielä. Tässä on nyt vähän kaikenlaista. Okei, sä voit hoitaa noin. Santtu,
Mitä?
liiku. Vähän alaspäin vielä. Noitten tyhmät kanuunaukkelit jahtaa ja noitten piirityskoneet tuhoo. Niin. Homma estää sitä tapahtumaa. Täällä oli vielä joku ilkeä piirityskone tekemässä tuhoja. No niin. Joo, nyt on ihan meidän peli. Jatketaan vaan. Tarviiks olla jossain muualla vai pystyykö se keskittyä tähän hyökkäämiseen nyt?
Joo, mutta en voi tehdä uusia joukkoja.
Okei, sit se se käy tekee 100 miljoonaa uutta joukkoa ja sen jälkeen... täällä on tehty lisää kivimuureja. Nämä on kyllä fiksuja kavereita.
Vai pelokkaita?
Fiksun ja pelokkaan välinen ero on häilyvän
Suuri.
tynkäinen. Suuri. Okei, nyt tää on ihan meidän peli. Mulla on resursseja vaikka kuinka ja niiden linnat lakoo. Missäs mun tykit on? Täällä. Pistän vaan mun kyläläiset vielä tohon keräilee vähän kiviä. Okei, pystytkö sä nyt liikkuu vähän eteenpäin?
Joo.
Okei, toi näyttää ihan hyvältä. Jee. Jeesaks vähän, mä teen tohon mäen päälle linna.
Joo, mitä...
Vähän, jos liikut vähän eteenpäin ja tapat noi tyypit tosta, niin se olisi aika riittävä tähän kohtaan. Tehdään tämmönen näennäinen linna, mikä on vaan tässä tuomassa meille hyvää mieltä.
Tulee paljon.
Ei haittaa, mulla tulee täältä tyyppejä kanssa. Hetki menee tietty niinku aina, mutta ui tonne kun ois saanut ammuttua. Tuli vähän... No. Tää oli hyvä harhautus. Heti kun alettiin rakentaa linnaa, niin oli pakko hyökätä, vaikka niillä on valmiita. Noin. Hyvältä näyttää. Sitten vaan lisää samaa. Näin. Samalla pisti 10 kärryä taas jostain metiköstä. Ei niinku totta, no edelleen tuo metikössä. Onpa huonosti tehty kauppapaikka. Mä just tuhosin, mutta ehti rakentaa uutta tilalle, voi ei. Hienoa. Uskomatonta, näytti hetken aikaa huonolta, sitten näyttikin taas hyvältä.
Ei ollut GG lähelläkään.
Ei lähelläkään. Siis ei niinku, sen verran tän tsekannut noiden kauppayhteydet on aika hauskoja. Siinä on mennään tosta korttelista toiseen, kulkee kärryt ja muurit turvaa. Mä en tiedä, että minkä takia ne ei tullut valtaan takaisin tätä, kun niille jäi tänne hirvittävä määrä kaikkia resursseja, niin onnistuttiin olemaan kuitenkin tarpeeksi dominoivina, että ne ei tullut ottaa niitä itselleen. Se oli ehkä aika hyvä. Ehkä ne pelkäs.
Niin.
Tietysti on myös aika...
Niin, minkä takia olisi aiheuttanut tämmöisen pelkotilan meille?
No mä oon varmaan pyytänyt johonkin synttärijuhliin. Ei välttämättä somiini. Olisiko sellainen potentiaalisti pelottava? Mutta varmaan näytti erilaiselta noiden vinkkelistä, kun tuossa oli kaikkia laivausyrityksiä ja muita, niin kun tuosta olisi voinut ihan vaan juosta läpikin. Että se oli siistiä, että ne teki niin, mutta se oli ehkä myös vähän tarpeetonta. Ainakin se ekan kerran jälkeen. Siis tietysti kai multa kuoli joku 500 kyläläistä sen takia, mutta siis varmaan olisi voinut vain juosta tuosta matalikon ylitte. Mutta hienosti rakensit joukkoja.
No se on toi kyläkeskus alkoi muuttua tämmöisen kylätaajamaksi.
Joo, väitä. Ja sitten vaan kyläksi. Ja sitten oli kuoleva kylä ja kuolleiden kylä. Ja...
Tämä oli niinku kesäluonnolla olevia peltoja. Pari hassua taloa.
Joo, saatiin täydet
ja
tuet sillä, kun vähän rytmitettiin. Että annettiin niityttyä. Ja mitä täällä ihmisiäkään pitää, jos tää kerran niittyä kasvaa. Ai ja taas tyyppejä, jolla siis tollakin Iulgilla oli vaan 20 peliä, tai 40 tai jotain. Ja psykologi vaan muutama 100. Mitä?
Silti laittoivat ahtaalle.
Ja kyllä niillä joku vihi oli tästä. Ehkä olisi ollut ihan perusteltua jossain kohtaa meidän luovuttaa myös, mutta toisaalta siinä jäi se ehkä heiltä se voimapusku tekemättä. Et sitten kun saatiin jotain... Mahdollisesti tää on vähän hankala peli, kun oli vettä ja kaikkea, niin sitten on niin monta asiaa, mihin pitäisi keskittyä, pystyt ehkä samastumaan, niin...
Joo, niin joku olisi syönyt noita keltaisen kyläläisiä.
Ai joo. Ai joo, sillä ei tainnut olla sitten 68 ihan puoltakaan pelistä. Punainen sen sijaan teki uusia. Katoin tässä, että mäkin menin aika ohkaselle, mutta tuossa vähän hämää se, kun tää armeija kutistui. Niin. Myöskin, että ei ollut pelkästään sitä, että kylästä katosi puolet.
Niin.
Kun samaan aikaan täällä on tää Santun armeija niiaamassa. Tällaista grafiikoista nyt jotain sitten tulkita. Mutta hyvä, että keksit noin voimakärryt, ja mä tykkään myös tästä, että me vaihdettiin samalla sekunnilla neloskaudelle, ihan niin kuin sovitusti.
Joo, niin pitikin.
Että ei auta, täytyy varmaan vaihtaa. Hauskaa. Onko 2 minuutin taukoa lisää?
Mä en voi mitään lopetella, koska kello on jo 1000 ja
What? Niin on! Tää on humble brag, että töitä on.
Niin.
Miten hauskaa.
Mutta oli kyllä mukava pelata ja voittaakin välillä.
Voitako sitä kiekkoa? Hauskaa. Mä rupean sitten pienen tauon myötä kuulostelemaan, että onko toista uhria saatavilla linjoille vai mitä tästä eteenpäin. Mut kiitos tästä. Tsemppiä öihin.
Samoin. Hei hei.
Hei hei hei. That was our dearest friend Santu, as you are quite familiar with now. And Haparus, moi. Moi indeed. Moi moi. Ja tervetuloa. Onkohan nyt monta minuuttia myöhässä? Joku kaunis päivä osaa kello yhtä hyvin kuin muuan Santtu. In any case, I'll have a short break, and unless there are team games with great friends available, then it shall be a match or two, 1 versus 1, I presume, on the ladder. So similar action shall commence, but with less great a company. Obviously. We'll be back in a sec. Take care. Alright. No news have I reached as of yet of any potential people with great humor or sense of humor. So we shall continue alone. I started wondering about tributes, but it seems that there weren't too many of those. So even Yulg managed to collect enough resources to build the sort of army that they wanted to use. And perhaps that's what ended up losing the game for them. The sort of lack of resources in the long run. Not going to spend the time learning from the replay or the recording this time, but we'll do that after the next match, now that we have warmed up a bit. In any case, that was surprisingly fun activity. So highly recommended to all of you who might ponder of playing this old classic, especially now that it's about to receive a new DLC. Which happens tomorrow, perhaps. Now let me just check that. May 6th. Alright, so Tuesday it is. So more civilizations and so forth. Even though there are quite many of them already, but more rare is merrier. Hi Ligerstein, and we are still shouting this. Good luck, have fun, at least for now, until we learn that that's impolite or something along those lines. Oh, so that's the edge of the map, alright. And this time they are Turks, we are Byzantines, right? Trying to learn the emblems, because that's what tells a mediocre player from a great one. We have a few more sheep, perhaps. I may have failed. Alright, so there you go. Pro players do something differently because they are able to avoid situations like this. And situations like that as well. Alright, we did our best, and that's... So I claimed that we have warmed up, but that's obviously not the case. So we still have not found any sheep. They must not be too far away. But they are not there, but We will see about that. Then you go there. You as well. Ooh, nice pocket. This is probably not the greatest lumber camp possible, but that's what we have. Alright. Sheep o'clock. Perhaps we should start running outwards instead of doing small circles. As a side note, I think our scouting approach to scouting is if not super far, but at least it's not very good. Since the sheep were quite close, but not as close as we wanted to believe. Alright, this has been a great hassle of the start. And then some berries, sure, why not? And the deer there, right? Right. Alright, few more villagers and we go. So a secret barracks, or a very hidden one, and then let's see where they are. And if there's something we can learn from their map. The berries are very forward, so let's do loam. Since we are a little off rhythm in any case. Shouldn't matter too much. Ah. Not great. Okay, so one more villager and then we go. You don't go there. There we go. Do we? Oh no. Well, we will just idle a bit and then we go. That's how it's done. Alright. It's very kind of them not to kill us, even though we gave them a chance to do just that. Then, a safe cold. Let's do it like that. Farms toward the front. We are afraid of no one. And then let's go there again. Well, they are still very much awake. Turks get their light cavalry upgrade for free upon reaching the next age, so that's why it's perhaps didn't think of that, but it's probably good to have. Okay, so here comes the walls. And we need houses, could have thought about that a while ago. Even rushing that. Huh.
Salve, condo, caedo.
So 2 on gold. It's alright. Running away, don't know why. Short walls. So where is their scouts then? And why isn't it here? Alright, so archers, of course. No, it's still light cavalry. Oh, sorry, scouts, of course it is, because it takes a while to get to the... so it's not until the next age. Hello. Stable, alright. Hello. So, a few more units. That's a great idea. No, that's not a great idea. Just go back home and get the next age, since we are very clever in that manner.
Condo, caedo, presto, condo,
Few more houses and then that's not very good.
condo, caedo.
Oh, right. We didn't need the infantry upgrade, but now it's done. So you go there, and then he will be doing some upgrades later on. Alright, so it's sort of fast castle approach for them. Of course, let's do one more villager. So we are trying to be clever. I didn't notice that they would be collecting stone or anything, so I'm not really sure what they are up to, but we'll learn in the nearest future. Now, Byzantine. So we get very cheap trash, so we can very easily justify. Alright, some upgrades would be nice. Alright. Creating some skirmishers, because we are not going to need food for much longer now. The minute arms upgrade, of course, wasn't too important. Then we will just build a castle and take it from there. Yes. That's how the game's played. Would have been nice to see their upgrades, but I'm a little late to that. So now they don't know that we are up unless they have been watching the score really carefully. You don't have to be really careful, but oh no. Alright, and then just some bit more. Ooh, hello. Thank you, fletching. Right, so will they be coming here? So having elite would be nice. Nope. And we could move there. I'm a little bit late with all this. Well, that's alright. We don't mind losing a few units here and there. Of course, losing this many units is not ideal, but we will just consider this an achievement in any case. Alright, let's kill those. And this approach of ours backfired a bit, but that's alright. Right, I'm back to work, everyone. Still going to be fun. We have only lost few units here. Oof, what great micro. So they have it all. We don't have much. So our mistake was going out and then letting them do this very great. They have upgrades, alright? Like, who are these people? Doing everything right. Hello. So how do you react now? Okay, so it's still going to take a while. So let's do that. And then it seems like they are building a stable. So a few more pikes, perhaps. Okay, and now the risky play. No. Well, having one unit might not be quite enough. Cavalry archers. Oh. Everything's going not exactly the way we wanted to. Oh. Alright, well, let's abort the mission then and build just more of the same. And have a defensive castle instead. There's no shame in that. Like, just in case. We would need elite skirmishers eventually. But then again, there's not much that we actually need. So, first game of the day, if someone asks. Alright. And then we will just take it from there. So we have lost some 10 villagers perhaps. And it's nearing a GG moment. But luckily we are Byzantines. And if someone might be able to survive from such a opening, let's hope it's us. Hello. And then they don't need to do anything since we had a rather bad start. So they can just wait back and enjoy. Which means that it's... oh. Hello. Now let's go there instead. Oh no, I failed at that. That's alright.
Condo.
But now we will need to keep on producing.
Ein.
Mm. So how do we kill that sort of an army then?
Presto.
Turks. Take it. Gunpowder. Cavalry is great, of course.
Condo.
And well, this light cavalry upgrade makes them viable, and this costs money. We could try to keep them busy. And 150. Let's do the upgrade before it is too late. But now probably they should be just booming now. So I'm surprised if that's not what they are doing. But we can still play this game for... Oof. Cavalry archer, they have everything. Avoiding the castle and everything. Ooh, well that was bad. Them. And we could send a single unit there.
Impero. Salve. Presto.
You two could go there.
Impero. Condo.
We could get some gold from there. Hello.
Ein.
Would have made sense to I'm losing to make horse color before we start our farming eco, but sometimes we do stuff we don't really get to enjoy all too much. So you could help there as well. And they might be up already, since I haven't been watching the score. They probably don't spend too much trying to fight this. We could send spearmen here and there.
Salve. Condo.
Mm,
Condo. Condo.
few more farms. Defensive castle. Perhaps. You go there. You go there, you go there. Just passing. And then Scorpion to
Presto. Condo. 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 Caedo.
act the terrible. Threat. Act as a terrible threat. Few pikes. Ooh, yes. Okay. So now they will think that we will be playing Castle Age for eternity when we are playing this quite long, yes, but
Condo.
our aim is to get away from this
Condo.
terrible time. This is all destroyed away. Like, who are these people? Heiligerstein. Right, and back we go. That's the Imperial Age and the Hussar. Do, 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 do. Alright, and back we go. And farm would be nice. Actually, let's have just a few mangonels. It seems that losing how many? 15 villagers, 20 villagers perhaps, is not great. Let's scout the nearby locations a bit. Right, so that's forward castle then. Right, denied. Alright. Nice try. So it will be a defensive castle then. Do 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 do. Even repairing the walls and everything. Hello. All right. So what do we need? Pikemen. More people farming. You. Well. Should we have 1,000 up there as well? Yeah, let's. Why not? They are going to threaten that soon enough, but we are only. Ooh! Right. Everything's so cheap these days. So how come it's like that? What have we not learned? Imperial Age. 667? That's the cheapest upgrade of all times. Alright, so we will remember that next game. So I think it might make sense for us to prepare some infantry, of course, and then there are some cannons. Oh, what else? Nope, there you go. Let's hope that they have given up on that. There you go as well. So what would we want to do when we reach the next age? Well, there are still some people there, it seems. Let's go there. I was hoping Paladin, but that's not what we are going to get this time. So we will play for a while longer. Right, so let's get rid of those. Oh, but we can't reach that. And then some upgrades. Some camels. Back to work. Well done, everyone. It's very important for our future. And the cannons run away. Creek fire. But we must admit our defeat soon enough. I'm afraid. Few more camels. And then that's that, I'm afraid. Release the camels. So 2 camels we had. GG. Thank you for your time. Now, we lost some units in the process of. Ooh, so we could have found something. We just went past all the important professionals building houses on the edges of the walls. But I'm curious to see how many games they've played. Could also be that 27. So they have a plan or a quick learners. So perhaps we threw a bit with our approach. Let's see. But I don't think we will be seeing them at 1K for long, given all that micro, and like if they also focused on them. Well, we got a rather nice village now, rather nice village number, but just not large enough. But that goes to show that you can master the game very fast if you just put some mind to it. Right. Now then, what do they do? What's wrong with? So it's not that. I'm trying to watch some statistics, but so sorry about that. Woohoo! All right, so last matches. It seems that they are master of multiple civilizations. Even though they are having hard time on arena, but who of us doesn't? But now, let's fast forward and see. I was just curious to see whether they have been practicing this Turks opening, but that wasn't the case. I think losing 5-10 villagers with the ambitious castle drop made the game very difficult for us, and then they just boomed after that. But since they had a nice micro with their army, I'm also curious to know whether their eco got hurt because of that. So whether there might have been a chance for us to benefit from that. But the fact that Byzantines get a cheaper age upgrades, I didn't realize that. Might have been useful earlier too. So we are now 7 villagers behind already, because we are trying to have this great fast castle approach that we made a little bit worse by researching this armor for infantry, and also due to the fact that we had wheelbarrow since we were housed. So some sloppiness is the real pro statement regarding this. So even before this castle drop approach, we were 10 villages behind, so our situation was quite bad afterwards. Now that's a spoiler. And we managed to lose a few units now that our army is here, and having just few skirms at home would be great, but we are not respecting this army of theirs. These units are a little slow to move. These on the wood line as well, and this is well, it sort of makes sense because the villagers were, as a group, they were blocking this exit. So while upgrading okay, well, this was a murder. I forgot about this. So we are losing 5 more villagers perhaps here. So we have lost 6 already, and there's more to come. So it sort of makes sense that the villager thinks that alright, there's no way out, so they should have some sort of foreshadowing ability. So instead of trying to harass with the castle, and that's probably still quite alright, but we shouldn't lose our army the way we are losing. Having these upgrades would help. But now we are taking arrow hits that we didn't really need, and then the timing is off, because if we had villagers front a minute earlier, we could have dropped the castle at ease. This is just a very lame thing to do, so they have been watching how pros do this. But of course that's talent, preventing a castle drop like they did. But here we could have dropped the castle. It would have still been nice to drop it here, right next to their gold, because we could have known that that's their only accessible gold right away, and they might not have engaged with us right away. So we got a little bit too eager with our castle drop there, and then we are going to lose 1 more villager perhaps, but like, the game is over. But the thing we could have, like, now they are adding more townsenders, but they have had some idle TC time, so this sort of worked. But now that we are no longer doing anything, we are just so very much late. So that's why it made the game looked so uneven, because we had lost even earlier. So the second castle was a waste, because we if we tried to outboom them, then we would have needed to, instead of collect any stone, we would have needed to prioritize other resources. But at least we are trying to keep up. But this is the sad but clever fact that after all these losses we have taken, the correct approach is to just make sure that you don't lose. So, well, they lost a few villagers. So here when they tried to have this forward castle and couldn't, then what they did was just return back home instead of using the army to force the issue, because the only thing we had was single mangonel that got these kills. So well done. But this expanding around the map, I think they could have forced the issue a little bit more, but this is also a very nice touch. Like they had perhaps forgotten about this, and I was hoping they wouldn't be there anymore, but there they were. And this was great. So we sort of had a chance to get back into the game. At this level at least. If only we could have... Well, perhaps the castle was enough to... Or, since we had the resources to make them think twice about approaching us. But we could have pressurized the front here, and then instead of mining more stone, we could have tried to build farms and cut some wood, all that. Alright, at least we gave them hopefully a nice game, even though this was quite uneven in the end. But then the APM 71, sorry. Perhaps that showed too. Right, I'll refill my rempli matas. So refill my cup and I will be back in a sec. But that was really useful recording to watch, since we learned that there was nothing magical in their approach, so to say. So of course very solid play, and they were really fast and focused and all that, but we also made the game very easy for them, I think. Which is a nice thing to do from time to time. That's how we have managed to reach the level of play where we are currently at. It just wouldn't be possible without people giving us some chances here and there. Now after the patch, I've understood that using the market might be a viable thing. Koreans. Actually, you could scan like this. Now we could try to do a sort of larger trip if we are to learn from anything. But since people are not saying a good luck has funds, we might omit that as well for this once. And all of a sudden our scouting is way greater than ever before. So fast feudal via Dravidians. So what does it mean? We get extra wood, that's great. Barracks units are cheaper, good. All very positive things. Our cavalry is not too existing. That much I've understood. So the Korean fire lancers are not as much of a threat. As they might be otherwise. Ugh. Terrible. Terrible slaughter. So there's forest in the middle and there are markets in the corner. And would it make sense to open up with market once we reach feudal? And do we want to be aggressive against Koreans? I don't think we want them to have a chance to play their game. What? Ah, great. Let's see. The idea that we could be pushing with the cart. Oh, they are this close? Great. Okay. Ooh, okay. Okay. So do we do loom? We didn't need this fast, but let's do it anyway. Then send someone out there. And then we are a little bit late with the boar, but it's alright. Oops. Everything's so very intense. The deers run wild. This would be nice. Alright. Timing was alright. Nope. First deer of many. Right, so the approach of ours will be to have a very clever pop, 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 pop. We have enough food. Almost, but not quite. Alright. So one more villager and then we go. A very clever market, of course. Sorry, barracks. Have they done... Are they done pushing their deer? Perhaps they are. What? 4 militia? It's like more than we ever had. Oh, nice, sorry. Back home you go. And then we could go there. Not you two. Mind you. Right, and then you could go there. Help out your fellow citizens a bit. You could go help as well. And let's go back home. That farm is not great. So the idle time is a reality. Da, 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 da. Oh, and they are just scouting this. So a few more farms. Alright, let's let that happen. Right, and there we go. Could have used this a little bit more, a little bit faster. What? I can't? Okay, well, that's alright. At least we tried. Then we could build a market. It's very important for a future. Will they be upgrading those? Don't know. Farmers, why not? And then what do we do? Let's send this. We will surprise them with scouts. Yes. 1 minute arms, we are great. Right, and there we go. So, is it a faster feudal approach, sorry, faster castle age approach this time then? No, because we will be making yes. Scouts. Hello. Na 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 na. Do 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 do. I don't know with what resources, but that's still the plan. Na, 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 na. An archer range can be witnessed. Meanwhile, we are having some losses over here. Right, and we might have lost single villager, but that's alright. Actually, you can become farmer and you as well. Because this is what we want to do. Having learned a thing or two. Hello. Right, houses. Wow.
என்ன கட்டளை
So houses.
கட்டுவேன் மரம்
Good.
வெட்டுவேன்
And then some extra horses. So the archers should hit us any day now. So the problem is that we don't get. Let's do forging instead. Hello. Then we could send some ponies down there to harass their trade.
நான் தயார்
So we should be in a worse position. But of course that depends. We don't need this much
என்ன கட்டளை நான் தயார்
gold. But we would like to have some more farmers.
கட்டுவேன்
ஏய்
காட்டில் பொறுக்குவேன் மரம் வெட்டுவேன்
So one more and then we go.
சரி கட்டுவேன்
Two more.
என்ன கட்டளை
Ooh.
சரி
Right, so let's just build that and then
சரி
நான் தயார் சரி இக்கணமே கட்டுவேன் ஏய் என்ன கட்டளை செய்கிறேன்
these units are making the greatest effort.
நான் தயார் அப்படியே செய்கிறேன்
Just in the reach. Okay, so fletching
என்ன கட்டளை
comes in
சரி
and you go back to work.
என்ன கட்டளை இக்கணமே
You could go to work as well.
என்ன கட்டளை
And you, why not?
மரம் வெட்டுவேன் சரி
We don't need you there.
மரம் வெட்டுவேன்
And it's time to move out. Finally. There, for example.
நான் தயார்
Alright. And then the only thing we need is some farms and we should be fine.
ஏய் நான் தயார்
Right?
என்ன கட்டளை
கட்டுவேன் மரம் வெட்டுவேன்
சரி கட்டுவேன் நான் தயார் கட்டுவேன்
ஏய்
Nice reactions again. Like people they just know how to play the game. And then move there with some.
கட்டுவேன்
It would be farmers. Hopefully we are not sending anyone down there. No. Good. Very good. So some walls are in place. That's great. And
கட்டுவேன்
then are we ready to go up soon?
என்ன கட்டளை
Doesn't seem like that's the case.
கட்டுவேன்
நான் தயார்
Do 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 do. Oops. Da 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 da. Okay. And then what? Siege workshop,
கட்டுவேன்
of course. Perhaps we could have a few
நான்
archer ranges then.
கட்டுவேன்
Archer ranges, sorry.
என்ன கட்டளைவேன் கட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன்
ஏய்
Do, 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 do. So these shall be the home defense forces. They think that denying gold access would do much, but it doesn't because we have a plenty in the store. For now,
என்ன கட்டளை
but
இங்கு நான் மரம் வெட்டுவேன் நான் தயார்.
This long distance
அப்படியே
wood
செய்கிறேன்.
cutting is
சரி
problematic still. Alright, so what do we need? Stay right there. Oof, that's going to hurt. Second group incoming. Then we're a little bit late. Ah,
ஏ
செய்கிறேன்
நான் தயார். கட்டுவேன் உழுவேன். என்ன கட்டளை?
வேன்
ஏ கட்டுவேன் உழுவேன். நான் தயார். கட்டுவேன் இங்கன மரம் வெட்டுவேன்.
என்ன கட்டளை? முன்னேறு. ஆயுதத்தை எடு. சரி, என்ன கட்டளை? கணமே போ. சரி ஐயா. இந்த கணமே என்ன கட்டளை?
right, and then you could go there.
சரி, உங்கள் சித்தம். சரி ஐயா. சரி ஐயா. என்ன கட்டளை?
And it's one upgrade.
சரி. அப்படி ஐயா. பாய்ந்து தாக்கு. சரி ஐயா. ஆயுதத்தை எடு. கணமே போ. முன்னேறு.
What a great microwave.
இந்த கணமே போகிறேன். இந்த கணமே முன்னேறு. சரி ஐயா. ஆயுதத்தை எடு. கணமே போகிறேன். முன்னேறு. சரி ஐயா. கணமே போகிறேன். பாய்ந்து தாக்கு. கட்டளை. கணமே போகிறேன். சரி. உங்கள் இந்த கணமே கட்டளையா? முன்னேறு. சரி ஐயா. சரி ஐயா. இந்த கணமே போகிறேன்.
கட்டுவேன்.
உங்கள் சித்தம். சரி ஐயா. அப்படியே. சரி. சரி ஐயா.
All this time they are still
கட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன் மரம்
playing it to a perfection.
சரி ஐயா. பாய்ந்து தாக்கு.
Microing. Who are these people?
உங்கள் சரி ஐயா.
Then we need gold. Sorry. Sorry everyone, I was wrong about that. Of course we will need some gold.
கட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன்
And I'm losing something while not watching. So Siege Workshop could be expected to hit our way soon, but we could surprise them with some elephants. Alright, so we need some gold. You could do that. And then you could go there. And is that? Okay, so let's have the scorpion. Then university. So they think we will be there, but we won't.
என்ன கட்டளை? ஏ
200 gold.
சரி.
Go
ஏ
there as well.
தோண்டுவேன்.
And
என்ன கட்டளை
கட்டுவேன் மரம்
let's see
வெட்டுவேன்.
if we can manage to build that before it's too late.
என்ன கட்டளை
அப்படியே
சரி
செய்கிறேன்.
சரி என்ன
மரம்
கட்டளை
வெட்டுவேன். சரி, அப்படியே செய்கிறேன். என்ன கட்டளை பண்ணிடுவேன். நான் தயார். ஏ
Right.
கட்டுவேன் மரம் வெட்டுவேன்.
Right,
நான்
there you
தயார்.
go.
மரம்
And you as
என்ன
well.
கட்டளை சரி
கட்டுவேன் மரம்
Few
வெட்டுவேன்.
houses.
சரி.
Few elephants. Oof.
என்ன கட்டளை பண்ணிடுவேன்
Okay. So this is again our game again. Simple as that.
செட் பண்ணிடுவேன் என்ன கட்டளை
Perhaps we could have
தோண்டுவேன்
towns in there before it's too late, but it could be that it's already too late. Let's see.
கட்டுவேன்.
சரி
Nice little farm.
கட்டுவேன்.
Elephant arches don't cost wood, so they are an excellent choice for people like us. Then we will need Monastery soon enough.
சரி கட்டுவேன்
We also wanted ballistics, but I'm not sure we are in that much of a hurry
நான் தயார்
anymore. In any case, they think they have dealt the damage, and are they right? That's possible. Then a few ponies of oh. That's great. Okay. So their push is coming. This is still going to take for a while at least. So ballistics, sure, why not? Few horses. And then siege workshop eventually. I have yet. We will want to have some villagers because we would like to castle drop from this side. So the main thing is to hold here for a while. Goodbye. Rocket cart. Houses. Sorry. Just a little slow sometimes. A few more houses.
கட்டுவேன்
And then you could move there.
கட்டுவேன் கட்டுவேன் என்ன கட்டளை
Alright, so let's have a defensive castle first. Somewhere like there.
தோன்றுவேன்
Or do no. Okay, so since we are still holding, yes. Change of plans. They are probably eyeing on. Where was that? There, right. Okay. Hello. Line them up. Okay. And then some upgrades for future use. This would be nice.
கட்டுவேன்
And you could move there. Oh, well, we could have benefited from some of the upgrades, but then again, if we tried to get those, let's have a quick skirm around. We wouldn't have had as much army then, right?
சரி
Right, so that's how it starts. Hello. And now that this is happening, alright, GG. Well played. Or nice micro with the army. I envy that. Alright, so the good thing was that they sent 20 villagers front or out from their base. Got hit with our front, and that was that. And they didn't even lose these yet. Oh, a defensive castle. Alright. Well, I think their macro could have slipped a bit because of that. Meaning that while playing with the archers, they forgot to produce villagers and all that, so they were relying on having that army alive. So slightly different from the previous game. But that's what happens at 1k. There are all sorts of players with various qualities. The Red Noctus. This is great. 4 militia rush caused quite much idle time, but yeah, so already they have had 2 minutes of idle town center time, so they must make this work. And that's why they were able to play with the army. Since that's where their focus was. And perhaps the previous opponent of ours also. Let's see, actually, I like now that we are chasing those militia. Yeah, they are not producing more. But sorry, they clicked up to feudal age, so no wonder they are not producing. But they knew about this. So it would have made sense to send a few units like these. Could have been worthwhile checking out this, because there must be a villager around. Of course I know what I was thinking, but they are reacting really fast to those. I don't know what's the trick. Perhaps the fact that they are not producing villagers, so I just have to remember that there's a chance that if they are dancing with their armies, then they are not necessarily doing the moves back home. Well, they are building archer range, so like I'm thinking that they are queuing up resources to get to the castle age, but then they are also producing archers, so they're just not wasting any. But now they are. Okay, so perhaps that was just a slip. I could have changed the trading direction instead of running under the or past the archers, as we will soon see. Just hit me. And this tower could have been better, but at least we got one up. And since we had collected plenty of gold, this didn't stop us from... Yeah, this we could have changed a bit. But eco kills 1, 2, they lost 1 to a boar, so eco kills 1, 1. Even small walling happening here. Alright, so the spear did the work. Since I ordered the scout to attack the palisade. Alright. But now the spears could be moving out there. But yeah. They're still not queuing up more villagers, so this, like, they must think that we are in a quite bad spot. Perhaps because we are not at... And this is like... They have collected 3,000 less resources and they have managed to do all those like important upgrades. So this seems like a for militia fast archers switch or follow up that's supposed to win them the game. But they are not queuing up more villagers. Just like if I now had resources and I had invested them to Mangonel, for example, we could have tried to decrease the numbers a bit. But now we are like our timing is not great because we didn't need to engage with just a few archers. Now that we have more in the queue, or we had more in the queue. We have similar upgrades, but Koreans of course are better because they got some bonus. +1 perhaps? Armor or something. +2 +0 +2. And ours, well, we don't have them anymore. Ours, or was it just for skirmishes? Well, I should know this. Okay. Stay, thank you. Okay, so what do we have? Okay, so no upgrades or any advance for them there. So the difference is that we have 10 villagers in the queue, they have only 2, now 4. 3 are the kills, and again dancing, and now they are doing the eco, like just retreating a bit, doing eco upgrades. But this defensive castle I don't understand. I was expecting them to move out, but perhaps they were lacking the villagers or there was some other reason for that. Because if they thought that they are in a good position, commanding position, then they should build it here. That's what I was trying to find out by moving out a bit. Yeah, but they should make something happen. And now they have this group of units doing... Ooh, a great spot for a castle indeed. So now they are trying to get rid of this that they knew was there but hadn't scouted. And the worst thing is that they didn't even know the follow-up that we had in our minds, which was a chain of castles. And alright. So all these 10 villagers would have died. 48, they have nothing at home. There's a horde of elephants coming their way. Ooh, but they have war wagons. Okay, so this was just very sick. So, of course that hurts, but if we engaged and they had the wagons waiting for us, then that would have been a complex situation. I'm not sure. Would the wagons be enough to stop this horde of elephants? Of course, with enough castles. And now that they don't have any other access to gold on this side, and there's... So this map was really aggressive on this in this sense as well, because they must keep this area to have access to resources, while we had some back gold and stone available for us. Oh, they had that as well. But we managed to take their neutral or additional resources to a degree, so... Alright. Well, a curious game. But if those war wagons were with them when they tried to build a castle, then they would have stood a chance. So we were on a timer, we just didn't know that because we expected that they would have nothing. Alright, so they weren't as fast, so that's also the reason why they were falling behind every now and then, it seems. That makes you think whether their approach was a sound one then. Perhaps playing with... let's see. Playing with Koreans might encourage you to... what's wrong with my favorite site? Ett ögonblick. Four legs. It's been an eternity when we had that last time. So Dreadnoughtus. Koreans, Vietnamese, they have played Persians, Magyars, Poles, Mongols, Saracens, Turks, Bohemians. Well, that teaches me nothing. But I still expect that they might like to play militia to archers. And then... oh, right. And then take it from there.
什么？ 准备就绪。
We don't need this many.
征收人。
Everything's a disaster. So how are you supposed to play with Chinese? Perhaps there is a way. Probably you should have like 1/10 of a second of idle time, and then that's that. But we are quite not there yet. Everything's so terrible. But these woods, these trees look nice, so that's not terrible. The other day I was thinking whether it would be possible to play with big trees, since we are not usually walling. So it doesn't matter if we don't recognize the holes in the walls, because that's not a thing. So how many dogs should we have then? Usually people past list. Is that Persians? Would they do sure anything of that sort?
何种命令征收人？
什么？
But in the past, a year ago or so, when we last played Four Lakes,
好，遵命。
I think
粮草征收人。
doop, 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 doop. There was a tendency for people to try to seek out the opposite corner lake there and try to sneak a villager there, or perhaps wall their base in such a fashion that you couldn't reach the lake. But let's see how things are this time. We have had a considerable time of idleness, but that's something that happens sometimes when you do your best but lack the skills to really execute.
喂，
But perhaps now.
建筑工，
Just checking.
建筑工，渔夫，
Doop, 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 doom.
准备就绪，粮草征收人。
Back again. So no sign of them or their presence as of yet, but we need berries. We don't, because we will be fishing.
何种命令？准备就绪。喂，建筑工，伐木工，什么？建筑工，
Boop, boom. Na 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 na.
何种命令？
Let's
建筑
just
工，
wait. The timing could have been better, but at least we are not seeing Persian douche right now.
喂，好。遵命，粮草征收
That
人。
was fair. So they could be anywhere. So now we know that there are 4 lakes in each and every corner.
准备就绪。
There's one.
什么？
That's very
猎人，
useful.
猎人，猎人。粮草征收人。
喂，
That we didn't know before.
伐木工。
There's one more. Would do.
喂，何种命令？准备就绪。什么？喂，什
Terrible.
么？好，行。遵命，正确。命令。
Alright, so it will be a person to douche
猎人，准备就
in
绪。
the end. So let's not go there then.
何种命令？
But this means that we could move out.
准备就绪，猎人。
Let's have a villager, 2 more.
喂，何种
什
命
么？
令？
But there's fish. So will they try to... Let's go there.
建筑工，渔夫。行，建筑渔夫。
No, 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 it's just passing, don't you mind.
建筑工，准备就猎人，猎人，
Mhm.
猎人，
喂，
正确。建筑工，何种命令？
Oh, we should probably repair that a bit.
什么？喂，好。
Sorry about that. My bad, my bad, my bad. There's a little bit more fish.
准备就
Yeah, just keep on repairing.
什么？喂，矿工。何种命令？
since they have lost their.
准备就绪。什么？何种命令？放工。什么？明正确。
Right, then we go up.
准备就绪。明。好，遵命。
So they are what? Blaming our golds then.
何种命令？明。准备就绪。
Right.
什么？明为。
Oh, nice try.
何种命
遵
令？
命。
准备就绪。
And we almost could hit something.
遵命。正确。明。何种命令？伐木工。什么？
修理工。
为。好。
Alright, so now they know everything. But does douche actually work
建筑工。渔夫。
on a map like this?
何种命
I'm
令？
just curious about that.
为。遵命。遵命。明。
Nope.
准备就绪。什么？确。明正确。何种命令？为。遵命。准备就绪。何种命令？行。伐木工。
Boop, 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 boop. Oh, right.
放工。
This is a very so a dock then. Powers.
什么？
They are really clever, of course, but like, so what?
什么？
准备就绪。
修理工。
Let's just keep on.
为。准备就绪。何种命令？为。
修理工。正确。
什么？明正确。何种命令？什么？为。好。遵命。遵命。明。正确。明正确。遵命。正确。明。
Hello.
明。好。正确。正确。遵命。遵命。准备伐木工。
何种命令？
修理工。修理工。什么？好。正确。明正确。为。何种命令？准备就绪。何种命令？什么？为。
准备就绪。
准备就绪。什么？为。伐木工。何种命令？准备就行。
什么？
遵命。伐木工。伐木工。何种命令？正确。遵命。遵命。为。行。好。
喂。
什么？
准备就绪。什么？修理工。
准备就
好，
绪。
遵命。正确。遵命。喂。
什么？
正确。正确。遵命。
Not really.
为。准备就绪。正确。何种命令？为。
修理工。
准备就绪。正确。何种命令？什么？
正确。
为。
好。
Convinced about this.
什么？准备就绪。
And perhaps I should be,
何种命令？为。
好，遵命。
because now they have managed to achieve just what they need.
遵命。
何种命令？
伐木工。好。
Right?
准备就绪。
I should have done this earlier, but
何种命令？
okay.
准备就绪。为。行。
Let's just
遵命。正确。
fight a bit.
行。什么？准备就绪。
什么？
遵命。好。行。遵命。
Alright, and there we go. Then what we need is more wood, but how do we get that?
伐木工。
If only they knew that this is the last lumber camp that we have.
何种命令？
Wing.
何种命令？准备就绪。何种命令？喂。
准备就行。好。明确。遵命。好。何种命令？遵命。正确。
准备就绪。
什么？行。好。遵命。遵命。
何种
好。
命令？
明确。行命。行。遵命。
Alright.
何种命令？什么？准备就绪。遵命。行。为。正确。遵命。
准备就绪。遵命。好。
何种命令？正确。遵命。什么？行。遵命。
什么？
正确。遵命。
I did waste our
何种命令？
正确。
wood
行。正确。
喂。
遵命。确。准备就
and
绪。
also
什么？正确。遵命。
为。遵命。确。
准备就绪。什么？
行。好。
we are wasting quite much time walking around when we should just
遵命。
attack someone.
准备就命。正确。 行正确，遵命，行命，
Right?
何种命令？
Then away we go.
正确。行正遵命正确，准备就绪。什么？
行好，
为行命好，
Da, 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 da,
正
da.
确，好，
什么？
行遵命，何种
伐木
命令？
好，伐木工，喂，准备就绪，
伐木工，伐木工，
Alright.
准备就绪。为
Perhaps we don't want to do this.
什么？何种命令？
哦
正确，为遵命。
何种正确，遵命，
什么？
行好，什么？遵
Well,
命，
this was sort of
准备就绪，
好，遵命。
a misplay
何种命令？
for them, but for us as well.
遵命。何种命令？
So kill those, kill those, kill those, kill those, kill those.
为
Right.
好，
喂，
什么？遵命。伐木工，正确。
Especially since there is a way out.
准备就好。行，
You could help your dear friends a bit.
遵命。
何种正确，准备就绪，
何种命令？为行。何种
遵
命令？
命，行，喂，好，
什么？
正确，遵命，
Do,
准
do,
备就
do,
为
do.
遵命。何种
Perhaps we always spend
什么？
什么？好，行，准备就
好，
绪。
行，何种命令？
遵命。好，正确。行，正确。遵命。
什么？好，
Oops,
正
sorry.
确，遵命，何种命令？
伐木工。行，
and there you go.
正确，行，准备就绪，遵命。
So that's a
好
weak one.
什么？
So let's kill that.
遵命，正确，
何种命令？
遵命，行，行，
准备就
好
绪。
遵命，
什么？好。
And then
何种命令？准备就绪，
准备就
正
绪。
确。喂，
遵命。
何种命令？好，什么？行，正确。遵命，
何种命令？行，
喂，好，
alright, now this
准备
is
就绪，
正确。
slowly turning into our favor.
准备就绪，
为行。
什么？
什么？好。何种命令？
遵命，
什么？为正确。
何种命令？
准备就为
遵命，正确。
什么？
好，
何种命令？
什么？
准备就为何种命令？
喂，正确。何种命？准备就绪，
什么？
遵命，好，什么？行，
准备就绪。
何种命令？遵命，好，正确。
Not sure about
行，
now, but
准备就绪，
好，
for a while it looked good.
喂，
正确。
何种命令？好，准备就绪，正确。遵命，正确，正确。好，
Alright, then it's time to run. So we have a mining camp. We still have this villager,
遵命。
and we are lacking wood. Oh no.
遵命，好，
Oh no. So despite all the claims, so if we had a market, that would save
准备
us.
就绪，
If we could hide with this villager, that would be great. It's time to run.
正遵命。
Oh no.
行好。准备就绪。遵命。建筑工。
Oh, but we don't have wood to waste,
行。
really. So we should have produced few units when we had a chance. So it worked. So we should have realized that we don't need no stone for nothing, but we need market and we need wood. Alright, GG. Thank you for your time. Good luck next. So Shivu Adept was able to outbeat us since we prioritized wrong things. But now let's see if there's something else besides the market usage that would have made great sense. Now this should never work, so well, there are probably situations where it should work or might work, but I don't think it should, so that means that we have played this in a rather ill manner. So I should have taken the threat more seriously. We could have built a tower to defend the wood line, for example. As I was thinking that we don't need to worry about losing the town center since this is a rather large map. But we didn't garrison the town center of ours, so perhaps that's what we should have done to force them to spend some wood as well. Also, we could have produced 10 scouts with the food that we had, so we made misplays during the game. If we had garrisoned, they would be forced to, like, we could have a tower here, we could have a tower there. We could have few units that could actually fight. A tower here would help when fighting under the town center. So here's where we lost the game, I would say. They've also done well producing, whereas we have had some idle times here and there. And these villager micros, of course, were not great. But we had our moments. Just, I think we have mismicroed a few battles before, and this was the first time where we got sort of even. We got to even out a bit, but yeah, okay. So we read the situation correctly in a fashion that here, thanks to the tower, well, the bad thing was that we spent the wood that we actually would have needed to build a lumber camp. So if we had that, we wouldn't need to worry about them too much. And that didn't, we got like two arrows out from that or something. We should have built a market, and then we would have had free access to Castle Age or whatever. But here we are quite even. But the problem is that they are still producing and we are not. And we are mismicroing quite often. They are regrouping and we are losing villagers here and there. Alright. But a nice game. Yeah. A good practice game, I would claim. It's been half a year or so when we, since we still had, when we last had a Persian douche happen to us. But so they weren't very fast, for example. Alright. So onwards we go and study the statistics as we go. Their overall best map is 4 lakes, where they have won 71% of the games. I wonder why. But these statistics are lacking a bit, or a little bit delayed when it comes to the refreshes. So Highland and Persians is what they do. The games last 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 17 minutes. Okay. So they have practiced their Persian douche. So for example, we wasted resources that we didn't need to waste by building the dock in their lake. We could have tried to stretch out a bit, like their forces, and then just let's hope we face them again and have a chance to refresh our tactics a bit. And Urvan, thanks for the follow. It's been 2 hours. So, well, Of course, I've been busy playing the greatest AOE I've ever played, but that's no good excuse. And right, there you go. That's just an excuse. But thanks for the follow and the support that it shows, of course. In any case. And feel free to unfollow if what you are seeing and hearing is not, or the lack of hearing, for example, hearing the right things, is a nuisance. So we get to play as Slavs, whereas they are Vikings, so infantry could be expected, but that's still not necessarily the case. But I'm happy to play this map again, since I think it's been quite some time, of course. I didn't need to do it like that. It was last spring or summer or something when we last had a pleasure to compete on this map, I think. Unless we have had some off game too. Just can't recall. Well, now full try-hard focus mode is back on. So the misplays we made, we spent considerable amount of resources building fishing ships and docks, even though we could have known that we will need wood to repair. Let's just do it like this. The old-fashioned old-fashioned fashion. Oh no. And have we been idle for long? Perhaps. So now they're on the other end of the map, and there's very little that can be gained by trying to choose the correct side from which to approach, like we did in the previous marketplace game. Well, we are not that far away. Could be worse. But Vikings, I've seen them play archers, thanks to the Viper. Could have been a week old game, but I just witnessed that a while ago. No. And the old-fashioned well, that's a lure. If I ever saw one. So that's a biggie. Okay. So we are doing great work over here. Perhaps one more villager and then we will do surprisingly hidden barracks in the back corner. Yes. Let's show this now, so they will know that we are thinking archers eventually. And don't we have enough? It's terrible. Okay, so few more villagers and then we go. Not great,
Ас
not
готов.
terrible.
Да.
Приказание.
Здравствуй. Приказание.
Mm,
Здравствуй. Да. Ас
So
готов.
is this enough? Not
Приказание.
quite.
Лесоруб.
You
Рудокоп.
could go there as well.
Ас готово.
Да. Охотник. Охотник.
Да. Да. Лесоруб.
And soon it's a farming season. Alright, few seconds of idle TZ can't be helped.
Здравствуй.
Long distance hunting, not ideal, but we will be building a second lumber camp there soon enough. Oh, but we will need a mill.
Выждите меня.
Right. Yes, I've played the game before. I know the rules quite well. And now they will be thinking, archers, where is their militia? See nothing. Let's go there. Dup-dup-dum.
Приказание. Выждите. А сделай. Лесоруб.
Now it's a very good moment to check whether they have been walling or something. My scouting is like, we know the map, but I don't know about our opponents' whereabouts too much. Cold stone, cold, yes. Huge black blob. And then what? This time some eco upgrades we have learned from our previous mistakes. Oh no. Alright, so how would we like to approach this? So we have 2 militia, that's alright.
Приказание.
Выждите. Лесоруб.
Ас готов. Правильно. Лесоруб.
Perhaps we will just
Приказание.
fast forward to a better age then. What?
Ас готов.
Да.
Здравствуй. Здешний.
Ас готово. Выждите меня.
Да. Приказание. Рудокоп.
Actually, you could
Охотник.
Здрав будь.
Да. Рудокоп.
forget about that.
Охотник.
Yes.
Охотник.
Kill those and then we will do some farming. That's great. Okay, and you could do us some important trade and okay.
Здравствуй. Лесоруб. Охотник.
Well, so the upgrades are
Да. Да. Правильно. Сейчас сделаю. Да.
run.
Правильно.
Well,
Тотчас
that's a
сделаю.
path to take, so no worries.
Приказание.
Делаю.
Okay,
Приказание.
and then we will be building farms. Let's save that just in case we ever need to
Здрав будь.
go back. And then, how dare they? Okay. So, some idle time here. My bad. But we have been really busy doing important work elsewhere, so just take my word for it. So what do? We will happily get to the next age.
А сделаю.
Let's just go there.
Выждите.
Perhaps you could stay back because we need some food. Where we are going to need some food. Few more units. Oh, houses.
Лесоруб. Приказание.
Let's hope they will not. Oh no. Right away. Luckily they are just a little bit late. Well, we could use the market to get.
Да. Правда.
No.
Да.
So.
Приказание. Ас готово.
A nice looking little tower. Just to give us a sense of
Правда.
calm and peace. Well, we're a little bit late, but let's not care about that too much.
Да. Правда.
Back home you go. Just like this.
Правильно. Сделай. Да. Правильно. Сейчас ремонтница. Да. Ас готово.
You could help there a bit.
Да. Ас делает. Тотчас делает. Да. Правильно. Сейчас ремонтница.
So we are lacking what? A building?
Сейчас делает.
Oops. Run!
Приказание.
Well, some misplays have taken place. That's alright. So there we go. And then they are probably about to reach the next age soon enough, but let's worry about that when the time is right. Let's move there. So the plan is to castle drop them when possible, since that's the correct way to play the game. And let's go back there. And it's alright. House. Although this is ill positioned.
Да.
A next wave. Right. Da 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 da. Now we could move there. And they are not watching. And then it's fletching o'clock. And what is our unit of choice?
Жизнь трудаков.
We don't need mill for nothing, no. But some more wood we might want to have. So could we fetch what's going on over there? Few knights. That's what we need. Don't need houses necessarily.
Приказание.
How dare they?
Здрав будь. Да. Ас готово.
Right, and then
Да. Выждите. Лесоруб.
oops, we might be just
Ас готово.
a little bit late with that, but alright. That's great for our Luckily they are going there and not here. No, just keep on repairing. Sorry, building.
Ад готова.
Meanwhile, the knights are coming. That's great. These are lost. That's great. Still building. Ah, well, now things are quite ill for them. Oh, you could go there. Sorry about that. I've been busy. Elsewhere, you see. Okay. Well, this should be quite good thing for us. What?
Собирательница. А сделаю. Правда. Да, тотчас сделаю.
Da, 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 da. So nothing happening at home. Everything happening elsewhere. And I'm a little bit.
Приказание.
That's alright. Well, probably have a few more units at various places, but let's build this and then carry on. As per usual.
Приказание. Заждительница.
So, for some reason, they still have quite nice score. Could be because they are Vikings after all, so they had an eco advantage early on. More towns in this, alright. Let's just go have a look. Hello, hello. How do we do? And then we might want to get more villagers to do something.
А сделаю. Тотчас сделаю.
So just go there, for example. More wood. GG. Oops. Well, that was close. So the pressure they applied was good, but they should have probably stationized 1 or 2 units to the wood lines instead of running around. And this we almost threw since the villager reaction was good, I think, by them. And we were quite... we didn't need to do all the husbandry upgrades, for example. Even just having 3 knights would be better than having knights with upgrades, so we did prioritize those illy. Especially against feudal age villagers. Now we spent 3 minutes doing upgrades and had 0 knights to support the villagers when we finally moved out. Yeah, so they had villager lead before reaching that castle age. So they managed to kill just enough from us. Hello? Hello. And we could have scouted that. We could have scouted quite a few things. But it's very easy to get overwhelmed by all this action. At this level, pushing the ibex, right? Not so fast. Ibexes, yes. The cart, we are not doing anything of that sort. But far from a perfect start, since both of us have had almost a minute, or even they have had almost a minute. We have had over a minute of idle thousand time. They even scouted this very well hidden barracks. This was a nice forewarning, even though we still managed to lose a villager there. But it sort of made sense to get rid of this. But I don't know if it was worth it. Since they couldn't have known that we... Is this +2 against buildings because they have this arson? Yes. Okay, so their idea, unless it's a free roll thing. No arson is free for us as slaves. Slavs. Not slaves, but not far off. Ah, yes. So we would have been great. And that's why they destroyed the barracks, because they thought we would be playing with infantry. Alright, but this was rather good micro, since we managed to kill... so 3 units have gone down. We lost 2 villagers in the end, so we stayed a little too long trying to dance with that once they noticed what's going on. And they have now... Well, both of us have had not very great start. 4 minutes of idle TC time in 20-minute game is not very good, especially since usually there are resources. It's just the resource of attention that's lacking. But they're doing nice scouting here. Ooh, so they do think that we need gold, but we don't. So again they fall victim to the idea that we might need gold, only because we have very cleverly gathered some previously. Of course, if we had focused elsewhere and used the market, for example, then we wouldn't have needed to mine any gold at this stage. And now here, like, Bloodlines is not that slow of a tech, but Husbandry 40 seconds. So there are 4 villagers. Yeah, now luckily they are skirmishers and not archers, because archers would kill these units here. And now we are trying to micro here and there. We lost 1 more villager. Well, the knight is doing its best, but there's a pike. Alright, but they lost 2 villagers as well. Okay, but not too heavy losses, given the circumstances, I would say. We managed to kill half their army, but not all of them. but we are still like now we are only getting even with villager numbers when they perhaps thought that they are garrisoning, but they actually weren't. Which was a very ill-timed misplay there, because all of a sudden we have gotten more villager kills. Then we were also a little bit late, like we chose the target poorly because we could have tried to raid the wood line as well. But getting all these farms, like half of their farms are now idle. 13 farms, 10 farmers, sorry. And some are a little bit on the risky side of the field. Then the army is there, and yes, we should be able to drop a castle soon enough. And this, they don't know this before they've lost. What, 5 villagers? I think that's where the GG was called, or that's the reason. Noticing that too late. Of course we have a nice position here as well, but they don't have any stone access right now, and yeah. The last minutes were very terrible for them. So a lesson that could be learned from here is, if you are building a wall towards your opponent, then it probably makes sense to build some sort of warning system on the other side as well. The castle could have been even better if we dropped it there, so it would have covered this gold as well, but well, denying that back gold is of course nice, and we were a little bit scared that there would be an army awaiting for us. Alright. Like, very safe market, and then there's a blacksmith on the way. Just couldn't be helped. It had to be built somewhere. Alright. Well, fun game to play, since we were able to withstand the pressure to a degree. But it wasn't that obvious because they had the scouts. Had they scouted that? No, that they didn't. So they checked the corners, but then the cards got lost elsewhere. And we are just passing. Could be that they saw this as well, that there's a next wave of villagers, not noticing that there are only 3 of them, but still. In any case, I'm happy that this getting gold in the bank approach worked, and we weren't even forced to use the market as could be expected. Right, I'll have a short break and then I think I'll play some more. Stay tuned if you enjoy this kind of content, or go produce your own. That's usually a very good idea. And I'd love to see what sort of plans and monologues you come up with. So please tell me if you do. Alright, we'll be back in a sec. Cheers. And back we are. You can't really see it, but we have a really nice cat purring for us. Not necessarily very audible to your end, but there it goes. To liven the moment or empower the moment ever so slightly, if possible. He is. Checking whether there's something I'm neglecting or have been missing. So just could have done that during the break, but didn't have the resources to. Alright, so is there something else I'm missing? Not necessarily, no. Thank you for all the follows and messages and support, thoughts and so forth, which leads us to the fact that it's time to play on an arena. Altilagi sounds like Viking language,
Ohé, pastisor,
but
café, maro, cake,
I don't know that for sure. Alt would of course mean all in this make-believe language of mine. Lagi. Oh, that could be the delay, but that's probably too simple. And if that's someone's name, then that just tells you something about their family. Oh. Double kill. That someone has seen it fit to give them such a name. So what would Romans do? Well, arson and then get through the walls with siege, perhaps scorpions, and
prêt,
then of course
libet,
just
cake,
run around and see what's there. Well, now I can
pastisor,
hear the
bûcheron, prêt,
purr even though through my earphones, so that's one great cat, if you ask me. Alright, so that's what we were supposed to do. Push the deer since there are no chicken, and then plan according. Well, one day I'll
café,
practice how to control those.
ohé,
No.
pastisor, prêt, pastisor, bûcheron,
That was almost terrible, but in the end it was alright. Just alright. Altilagi, since there's this, it's not hyphen, but there's this curious dot on top of the eye leather, makes me think of Iceland for some reason, but I don't really know too much about anything, so 4 corpses we have. It's a
café,
great
pastisor,
start
bûcheron, pastisor,
for a great
bûcheron,
game. Du-du-dun. And only some few seconds of idle time so far. So everything's going as close to a perfection as possible. And then you go there, and then you go there, and you all go there, and then there. Great. And we go out to scout a bit. Our approach is very similar to the approach we always try, which is to you could build us a barracks and then yes. Which is to build some sort of feudal age army and then take it from there. If that's not great, then I don't know what is. I don't know if the Romans will... Well, I'm expecting castle age action. Do they benefit? Oh, greatly from... So we can stand to lose little. There you go. Perhaps one more house and then the boar. Yes. So I'm not sure whether they would benefit from trying to play fast Imperial Age, for example. Does it have something extra for them? Are we ever ready to go up? Not necessarily. So they are on the other end. Last villager. Alright. And then few militia doesn't make sense usually, so let's check this. How deep can we go? Not very. Sorry. And then there you go, and you might go there. Now we could wait for the age upgrades and then only after that build the farms. You could also... Could someone make the case of milling those? Let's try. We could be the brave ones. Then we don't need as many farms. We are clever like that. Yes. And we also get the farm upgrade for free because we are Franks, right? Few spears go out, and then archer range. And then the blacksmith. Let's rush that since we are very eager on getting that done. No. Okay. Ooh. So spears out. Alright. What about few archers? So they would like to get map control and that we could grant to them. The only thing we are, of course, oh no. Ha! How the tides have turned. That's great. Sort of great. Okay, so few archers, yes. They don't know it yet, but we will have a crate. Map control eventually. And there you go. Ooh. So you made it there. Good. So still postponing this a bit. And then you go there. Are we idle already? Not yet. But let's try to play this in a clever fashion. So you go there next. And where are they? There is a chance that they retreated, but after seeing a few units from us, that would not be a very stupid thing to do, so it's alright. There. Houses. These are terrible houses. And then we lost something. Hello. So how... Ooh, scouts? Alright. Well, that's usually a idea. Right, so you could help a bit. So let's go back there and help with a few extra archers, perhaps. And then we should be moving up too, because else otherwise we are in a bad spot. Sorry about your, well, neglecting your needs. And we still have you there. Good. Okay. So will they be castle dropping us is the question then. Since that's what we expect from them. And then you could move there. And it's time to move up, I think. Because moving down makes very little sense. This would be a nice place for a castle. So are they preventing us from doing just that? That might be the case. It seems like that's in the cards. Help! Friend in distress. Righteous victory for us. Nope. Okay. And then few more archers, and let's check that corner again. Right. So the distance is a little bit difficult, but we have. Oh, so there you go. We have a lot. Ooh. Okay. Let's move there, then, and then your mission is to build us few buildings of importance. What? So they have a castle of their own there. It's a terrible, terrible turn of events. Alright. So let's build it there. You could help a bit. You will get rid of that. Well, that's not great. You could get rid of that. We are throwing just a little bit. Alright. Let's just keep on building. That's great, everyone. Great work. And the upgrades were just as timely as we hoped that they might be. And then what's the follow-up? That's obvious. And then throwing axemen. Yes, the one and only. Then we have a few people there already. You could move there as well. And ballistics. Ooh. Next castle. Okay, let's cancel that. No. Great. Let's have a castle there instead. That's just nope. Great. Okay. Murder holes just in case. A great angle. Why are we still here? Because we never did right. Well, that's my mistake. Okay, run to the safety. My mistake, but luckily we still have ways to deal with this. But it's thanks to those that we were able to afford 2 castles so fast, so quickly. Okay, so you get rid of that. And you could go there with your friends. Why not? Okay. Oh. And then what else is happening? We need more people on wood, I'm afraid. Right. Great initiative, everyone. So that's going to go down soon enough. And then we have a little scan around the map. Ballistics would be nice. Some houses, alright. So how much is it? 300 wood. So they should be thinking Imperial Age now, right? And we should be thinking, how do we not lose this game? So, oh, we already had one. Okay. So we could try to fetch at least 2, right? Extra range, we don't need that. At least now. Because we have already given up a few relics. You could stay there like normal people do. And then, what's the follow-up? We will switch the angle and drop a castle there, for example. Nope. Instead of going into this Imperial Age trickstery, we could try to prolong this for a while. Oh, weren't we lucky? Alright, that's alright. Oh, alright, let's scrap that castle and build it here instead. And in you go. You get rid of that. That's great. And you could join us. Nope. Not from there. Well, we still have some people doing the work, so that's great. Okay. So let's just keep on pushing. Oh, actually, let's... Okay, well, it's late, but it did what needed to be done. So let's get rid of those. So scorpions it is, as we are clearly seeing. And then you could move in just ever so slightly. So you go there first so we can get rid of that. So they are doing scorpions. That's great. It's a little bit risky, so let's build it there. That's also very risky. That's still okay. Right, then let's shoot that. You move in. Oops. And more villagers, why not? You get rid of that. And this. Oh, this is great. Okay. Houses! Okay, sorry. Sorry, people. I've been really busy doing other things. You do that, and then some farms. That's great. And you go there. Okay, so how do we do over here? Not bad. Okay, good. Oh. Nope. So should we think about getting to the next age ourselves? We are lacking the gold to do that. Perhaps some of the upgrades we did were not as needed as I wanted to think that they were. Alright, so a very nice base you have there. Okay, and back to some gold gathering, why not? Let's build there instead. Where was that? Ooh! We are never going to get rid of that. That's alright. Okay, so do we have enough gold now? Since we have idled out TZ and everything, nothing's ever enough with these people. Alright, so what do we do? Horses. Horses are nice, horses are cheap. Right? And we are still wreaking havoc here. That's great. And then we only have some 20 idle villagers. That's alright. It's only going to be a phase. And they are busy doing something, since they are not challenging us over here. So what is their push about? More villagers on gold, some on stone eventually, right? You could help over here as well. Right. Yes, well, it's going to happen eventually. Ooh, so some pikes. No. Help! Your fellow friends are in need. I should have built a ram. Well, it's too late. Then again, it's never too late. So a few stables, if only we had wood for that. And let's have a look at our surroundings. So doing nights, it's all... Ooh, okay. So how do we compete with that? With halberdier, I presume. Okay, so we should probably have way more people on all resources than we currently have, but it's just a matter of time when we finally do. So they will have quite likely scorpions to back those. Perhaps we could do some rams. We don't need that. we are ready to drop another castle if need be, but first we need more villages because I think we are quite heavily behind on that front. So I presume they will have scorpions, and that means that we might want to have some onagers would be nice, but also I approve of having... Why are you just go there, and you go there, you go there. So chemistry is still going to take few more seconds. Ooh. Upgrading the light cavalry they are, okay. And then that's probably that. But now the problem is that we don't have too many units of any caliber. We don't have enough houses even. Because that's only going to last for a while. Because we are so good at building new ones when needed. And an additional one. Let's move on the other edge. Right, so they should have this horde of scorpions. And we pikemen. Sad choice of units. Well, perhaps we could try to get rid of those. Well, we can't save them all. But perhaps we could, save some of them. And then we are going to need some more barracks. I'm afraid. Some more villagers. Right. So you could join us there, even though it's a little bit risky. And then, what do we do when they have this huge number of... Oof, yes. We will do hand cannoneer, because they are cool. Like that. Na 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 na. They're still only long swordmen. So, not great. But we can beat them. With a little help of some units of quality components. Oops. Just a little bit misplayish. That as well. You didn't need to lose all of them. What can you do? Oops, sorry. My mistake. So the problem now is that they have a very nice unit composition and they have the numbers, whereas we might have thrown a little bit of our resources and other things of importance. of value in the previous. Let's keep this locked for now. Since they're taking it slow, we might as well let them enjoy. The plan was to have horses, but we don't really have resources for that, so we are not going to bother. Na 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 na. Do, 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 do. Nice, just stay there. Few more cannons, why not? And then the terrible thing is that we might not have what it takes to stop this. But at least we tried our best. But they are still just cavalier, so their eco can't be too great either. It's just that they still have an eco, so that's what that's the difference between us. I'm afraid. Oops. Alright, GG. Thank you for your time. Now, could we have an AG1772698 perhaps? Heya, how are you? Heya. And well done. Study that to see how to react next time. Thank you. Had a start, had a strategy. I'm just higher elo. Lost a lot today on arena. Biggest map. Arena is my culprit as well. So happy to hear I am not alone. But yes, don't build so many castles or too much pressure. Don't forget macro. Yeah, my approach was greedy since I don't trust my end game too much. I thought I wouldn't stay there for long, and I didn't. Thanks to you, though. Franks are too predictable. Have you seen AOE2 data? I think I know the site, but no, I'm not familiar with that. Malians are top. AG, what's your favorite game, dude? It might be just the game that you're witnessing. Which would then be random civ, so have to play handed. No, don't know many civs too well, so basics, but in any case, thanks for the chat and for the game. Good luck grinding the pillow back to where it is supposed to be. See you around. So the favorite game might just be Age of Empires 2, since that's the one game I play quite much. Now it's time to challenge what we learned from Aldi Lagi. I should have asked about the nickname though. So they've lost a lot of elo, which means that they have reached almost 1.2, but it was really kind of them to say that. In any case, playing as Malians, they seem to be on arena when they are winning. And AJ, thanks for asking. This multitasking, you can see how good I'm at that. So let's see through the stats first, because I think, yeah, from the eco perspective, we had quite much resources. We just didn't utilize those to a perfection. And their claim that we neglected macro is somewhat good, but a case could be made that we would have benefited from adding few more Townsenders, or not pushing the issue. I think it was great, of course. It's a very rare case to get to breach enemy walls, but we didn't take too good of a care of our army. Perhaps that's where we felt that we had the game, so we should have invested. And it didn't, like, we didn't need to do much. We had some pikemen hanging around here while we were wasting rams under their castle to a single centurion. So I think that if we didn't try to force the issue too much, just felt that since they got to the Imperial Age, we should try to get rid of something, but we could have just destroyed their castles. That would mean no trebuchets. Also, we could have tried to repair the castle once we got it up. And building it slightly further away. So for some reason, well, they knew that we had army presence, so this castle made sense. This could have been more forward. But then again, we wanted to lock in that stone, so. So here we are neglecting our macro. But their idle TC, yeah, well. They now have 3 Townsenders, so that's alright. But we managed to cause some chaos in their base based on this. So we are slightly behind in resources collected now. But let's see. So they can afford to build a few trebuchets. Yeah, we could have tried to, like, here we have the pikemen, we could have hopped in with those. And also with the army support, we could have tried to move even further in before deciding on the castle position. But this is still those, like one mangonel would be enough to destroy these villagers with ease, and now they are able to freely shoot the castle. Then again, getting past Townsend would be a dilemma. But let's see now. So these should be inside the ram. But now I think we get rid of one of trebuchets, that's great. And then I'm thinking of destroying the blacksmith before moving in. We are even in village numbers. But they only have a monk to defend. And now here we should be destroying that trebuchet again. Instead of destroying the castle. So I think they handled this nicely. That what we should have done is build these military buildings right there, move a little bit further, perhaps build a tower or something. Because now these we could have saved with the help of just few units. And again, the trebuchets are still there, even though we should have destroyed those a while ago. But yeah, this was really nice. Now we have villager lead as well. So the trouble is that we got cornered here. The siege workshop could have... Well, they had trebuchets, so I don't know. But we lost the castles, so it makes sense for them to claim that we didn't need to be this aggressive. And then we could have built knights, for example. Would have been a nice unit since we are Franks. But I fail to see how this is a predictable Franks play, but and also how we are neglecting the macro, even though we have some idle time, but we don't have half an hour of idle TC time. But now clearly we should be focusing on booming because we have done the damage. Well, we are still behind in resources collected, and we are an age behind, but we didn't need to do this, for example. And then we were short on wood. We could have... Oops. More farms, that's what we need, clearly. So our follow-up, since our idea was to build mangonels, we were misusing our resources, misallocating our resources, because having a few mangonels would be enough here. Like, all we needed was a few mangonels and few archers to help, and then we could keep on pushing, but that we don't have. Okay. Well, this is nice to say that we are still behind in resources collected because the Romans 5% bonus, of course, and we are constantly like walking back and forth. But we still only have 5 minutes of idle TC time. Now it's of course 5 minutes already, since we are only on 2000ers. But with the right, I don't think if we start the game from this position, both are on Imperial Age, and we have almost 20 more villagers. I don't think they should win. Like if there's a scenario where we start as blue, I think we should have quite a good chance. We could just take into Paladin or something. But now we don't have the map control anymore. We lost the castles, and we are hesitating to move out, even though they don't have much of an army. So what we could have done is just keep up the pressure before they get to the Scorpion numbers. We could also use the monk to scout a bit. Alright, so the push was great. Here, let's see, so they have that much more, well there are some siege units as well, but they still have much more quality in form of cavalier. Yeah, because we are lacking the support unit for to beat the long swordsman. Yeah, also, well, we are not fighting all too well. We are mostly walking, so that's like might have helped a bit if we tried to fight, but we did what we could. But I was expecting slightly better encounter, but also we could still have 3 more castles, so perhaps it would have made sense to spend the resources that we have and force them to advance slowly. This is the major loss. We lost some 20 villages of our own, but I hope that they will also watch the recording and then then adjust their assumptions perhaps a bit. But I think since Franks are very much one-trick ponies, as claimed by them, it might have made sense for us to use the Knight line, since that's where their power is. Against Cavalier and Longswordsman. That's what they were expecting, and that's what they didn't get. But only 6 minutes of idle DC time, so we were doing our best. So a good game. I don't know if this... I don't know how they end up. Well, the farms are all over the place, but perhaps with the better resource management we could have pulled the trigger and killed them when we breached the walls. So that's great. And it's in general it's a very good advice to keep the macro in mind. So do we still get to see their stats? No, we don't. Alright, so a short break and the last stint, I presume, will start after that. But we'll be back in a sec. Thanks. Alright, and we are back. Perhaps for the last time for the day. I'm really happy with the previous performance, despite the fact that we lost in the end. I think we made some questionable choices, like not building stables in the back, for example, since that would have opened up a nice great colors, yes. A nice raiding unit in form of scout line or even the knights. I think with a few stables we could have perhaps outproduced our opponent if we were able to. So what's that? There, three. No. I need to practice my Kyrillos. Then the rope. Po. Perhaps. Right, we need a house. Yes. Been playing for so long that can't remember too many details. We have a pond, so perhaps we should utilize that. Especially since we want to move out. Perhaps like this. So you take 2 of your friends and off you go. Sorry.
Namaste.
Let's see if it's already too late. So we made some questionable choices in the previous game, but we are not helping at all. Oh. Where's that? But they were slightly different from what our opponent stated, I think. So there are some walls, alright. Slow to react. And then we would like to have some ponds. Oof, 1500 villagers. Alright, so we're going to lose a few in the process. Run! Run! Sorry. Okay, so they will be finding looking for us. What? 1500 minutes of idle TC time, but that's the price of doing the best work that we can. Okay, so more houses. So they just wanted to get rid of us, perhaps. Oops, sorry. Everything is going not very wrong, but it's just It's just not great either. Ah! No, but luckily we were just about to be housed, so that's only fair. Ah. Okay, yes. So this is a rather terrible start. We managed to sneak in, but it's little questionable whether we are going to get any value from that. And we are not idling as much as we might hope. So the pond is where our hope lies, or resides now. Right. So that's what? So their scout is there. Is it because they couldn't find the villager, or what's the problem? These games are sometimes very odd. So the distance between... now I understand why they were able to fetch so many villagers so fast. Of course they also opted to have little safe and secure walls instead of trying to move out much further. Takes a while for us to notice this, and then we shall attack. So the villagers are coming to the rescue, and then we will lose a little. So they now know that one villager sneaked there, and then the search commences. So we are there now. Dum 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 dum. And we were just able to walk past that. And the scout is needed here, so is there something happening? So they have killed one, we lost one to a boar. I thought we lost more, but that's true, we only lost one villager in the villager fights. Then we are moving out to the next location. They are trying to seek where we might be hiding. Alright, I thought that there might be something happening, that boar killed a villager or something, but then there are the bears. They probably... I don't get it. Perhaps they had to go or something. Or they just realize that their TZ has been idle for 5 seconds or so. So that boar is now... there's still 200 food in that. Nah. Perhaps that's just not the kind of a game that they would like to play. But I don't know. Could be that they just dropped especially since they, well, it's not like we played very fast, but it seems that they didn't either, so perhaps they were just one of those players who dislike having to search for forwards or sneaks, and decided that with the time given to them on this earth, they would rather play a different kind of game. That explains how we were able to get away with that, since usually people send a villager to chase the escaping one. And perhaps they just lacked that. Then it's more arena action. And a friendly cat. Who would like to join us? Not necessarily. But would probably enjoy playing outside, chasing people. Hop. Welcome. So we got some close range purring. Ooh. To lighten up our day. And some hair. Right. Spanish. So usually the way I've seen people play Spanish is a castle drop, but perhaps now that we are Ethiopians, we are able to convince them out from that stubbornness, that way of thinking. Oh, and we have chicken, so we could do scalding right away. That's what we do. So let's save the cow for some back space scalding and then perfect lumber camp, just there. Very safe and sound. So we will try to approach this in a similar manner to the previous arena game, now that we enjoy playing these after a year of constantly losing. Our timing is a little off, perhaps. Yalikia, don't know if we've met them before, so perhaps we haven't. We don't have too much space here. So one of the ideas that we got a little late was that we could have used the stone we had in the previous game to try to build a second layer of castles to have map control still. We gave up on that. But it could also be that I'm forgetting some of the specialties of the matchup. Perhaps we didn't have a chance to actually do that. Oh, just let's try to be sure. 15 villagers. So we had some great 100 gold, 100 food when advancing to the next age. Yes, pikemen for free. Outposts cost no stones, so perhaps that's what it's one of the things we could try to utilize in our play. All, sorry, house on the edge of the map. Well, you kill it if that's a must. And so there. Actually, that makes more sense. Okay, and then we're ready to move out anytime soon. Let's scout this a bit. For some reason I'm seeing nothing from them, so what's the deal? Have it there, so the walking distance is a little worse, but we might still have okay, so one more. But we might still have a room for farms. It's a great plan. Oh no. That was a misclick, but let's act like it wasn't. And we have a really sleepy cat, which is cute. You will go there. Right, so few pikes, which are at this stage only spearmen, and then archery range with chicken people. And there you go. And then what? We could also again try to prioritize some of the upgrades, since we expect to stay here for a while. So that's where the stone is. So this is the expected position for a castle. We should hide our scout for a 3 seconds perhaps. 2 spearmen and archery range and a house and a few farms. Yes, it all makes sense now. all the upgrades we might want to have. And where is their scout? Pum. So a few more. Okay, let's change the orders. Oh, well, this is terrible. If only we took a little bit better care of our people, but that's not our fond. And we were late with those farms. It's not great, but it's alright, so let's do it. Out you go. So what we expect is them to show up with villagers upon reaching the next age. So where are they? There's always a non-zero chance that they will be playing it differently, like building castle at home, which would make sense since they have not scouted at all. And then showing up with some gunpowder units, for example. Ooh, we just missed them. Alright. Well, that's too bad then. The dream is dead. But that's where the stone is, so it makes sense. I have to admit. So we could have few skirmishers. Few spears, why not? Then we could move out, since they won't be there. You could also move there. Hello? Well, they lost a single conch, so that's a start. Then we might need more people outside. What an ill turn of events. And now we should not move out anymore. Right, with some of them we could. But alright, so we are lacking some food, I'm afraid. Let's drop this. Let's have a few more people working. It's very important work that you are doing. Then back to work. Back to work. Well done, everyone. So we've lost a little bit more than we would have liked to. But what can you do? Let's move here since we don't need much gold, if any, actually. Well, a misplay here, but not a serious one. Then we might want to get to the next age, but how? Okay, well, it's your mission to just keep on producing. Alright. And then the question is, what do we do with the resources that we will soon have? So up we go. They should have noticed that, I don't know if they did. So they are building forces, or at least they should be building forces. So a next castle. That's alright, since we don't really need this area for too much. Not for long, at least. Since we have enough for a castle. But we... ooh, sorry. There you go. We have all the resources that we need, we just need to act. So let's build this there. And let's also hope that this stands for a long enough a time. We can keep on repairing. So let's move there instead. Alright. So we still have some units alive, that's great. That's not great. Alright, let's move there. So could you all help us get this down? Not there actually, but there. And then what do we do then? Can't really sneak all of these out, I don't think. Although we could try that. And then we need more villagers. All sorts of things that we need. These skirmishes would be nice. Well, then this could be There, because why not? Then we need a siege workshop. Presumably. Oh, you're still here. Good. Sorry that I just left you be. So Ethiopians, what do we do in a situation like this? We could have archers, that would be great.
Selamünaleyküm. Au.
Then should we have a castle here? Could we protect that? Let's try. Even though they are just, so this might be the throw move if there ever was one. That castle doesn't consider us too much.
Au.
We need more stone. Oh, that was great. Okay. Then we will just keep on producing a few farms. That's great. And great. Few monks would be great, I think. So what's stopping us from having those? The lack of food is one of the things. Right. And then is there something we could be doing here? So first of all, faster moving units, yes. Monastery units is great, but we would like to have other tools as well. Well, that's going to have to be the start of it. Oof, I never scouted this. That's terrible. Okay. Then a few monks and siege equipment of our own. Ooh, so what's this villager doing out there? All by themselves. We could be playing with archers, since we are Ethiopians. It is our fund. It takes a while for us to get to the monks that we were. Enemy monastery units, that's great. Shotel warriors are great as well, but so they are trying to claim our relics. So more stone, how do we get that? A few shotels could perhaps ease us from the pressure of those mangonels. Alright. Whoa, well, so the tide is turning, but now we need more siege, for example. Their Imperial Age is of course also very troubling for us. So are they having our stone? Is that what's happening now? And could we have a market? Oops, sorry. Right, so let's stay put for now and get rid of that. All sorts of upgrades, that would be nice, but first of all that. Oh, hello. Alright. Never knew what happened to those, but let's buy some more. Hello, cat. All right. Ah, no. Slazinator, a couple of petards and massive shuttles into his base. How do you find using big pointer? It's fun in my opinion, although I'm not perhaps using it to the... Ooh! We managed to destroy all that. That's great. Petards! What a great plan you have there. And then we could try again with this archer approach. Since we are not going to change the age any day soon, let's have a few of these guys there. And we are basically almost in already. So we will need 2 of those, a few shuttles, a few upgrades would be nice as well. There is a risk that they are... Let's pile up some pressure. Hello. Well, we could have taken the full health ones, but that's alright. Misclicks left and right. So where is the petard number 2? Incoming. Right, so we might want to have more farmers. What happened to that dream? So the big pointer or cursor is for aesthetic reasons, obviously. Alright, so in we go. Oh no. They know. Oh, they don't know. Great. Hello, just passing, don't you mind about us. We are not a threat to you. Hello. Just passing. Ah. Well, we could kill those. Hello. Alright, and now that they are there, there's a castle of course, but could we do something with that? Then I'm a little bit... Oops, well... Could have played this better, but also could have played it worse. And nice that you are... Ooh, where did that castle go? We were the ones who were supposed to have clever plans, but no. Well, it's time to do a comeback from this angle then. Might take a while. Still. So we need archers, we need university, some silly upgrades would be nice. University, it's your mission to start that as a concept. Luckily we still have some gold, so let's see if this is enough of a threat. A few more farms would be nice. You go there as well. So we already have 4 units, that's a good start. But now we are going to lose some of these units over here, and that's not great, that's actually subpar. So we need a mill. Must be sort of a nuisance to play against this. But okay, so we need some units to get rid of those. Some more houses. What happened to that dream? Just keep on working if possible. Hello. Perhaps some more siege units. Ooh, we are slowly getting there. Although we need more stone, as is always the case. Alright. Hey, you're farming around here. That's great. Bad for you, but great for us. Okay. So we might be losing few of our units here, but it's alright. Oh, those were our farms actually. Well, we couldn't have known. Alright, let's just move back here then. Well, this is slightly blocking, but let's not worry about that. You take care of that ugly building. And then we need to... Well, that's great. That's also a usable thing to have. Let's see if we could save some. Alright. Ah, no, 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 no. You people. We are going to have discussions regarding this. Okay, there you go. Ooh, hello. So where are you trying to focus now then? You go there, you go there. Few more rams, few more archers. That's all great. Are we still alive here? Alright, so let's get us a new home and take it from there. What? These people, they're just there. Like, we have plans, but do they care? No, they don't. We can't fit more farms, but we were. Okay, let's repair. Like our lives depend on repairing this. And you could help out a bit over here. Goodbye, Kongs. I'm glad that you were around. Luckily we have like greatest amount of wood ever required for such things such as alright, so that's where our archers were. Great, okay. I'll remember next time. Okay. Let's just carry on with our work then. Okay. So what do we do now? We keep on pushing. So a few more rams. Some of you could do some gold mining stuff, presumably. And then we could have few cute farms. Like this. And what happens then? We have all the upgrades that we might need or want. Nope. Just stand there, it's alright. And you go there. Da 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 da. Might be a little bit ill positioned, but it's alright. We may still just produce more of those. Since we need very little, resources for quite a few things. Still not great. Alright, so more everything, if possible. Help. Nope. Alright, and then we could send just a few archers out there to help a bit. Oh, let's not go into the reach of that. Must be terrible. So in you go. And perhaps little extra units never hurt nobody. Na 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 na. Alright, so few more archers, why not? Few more rams. Then gazillion more farms. You are all now farmers, if possible. Alright, you don't all have to be farmers, we have other jobs for you as well. Alright, so now we are really cleverly trying to force them. Okay. Let's go there. You go there. Hop. In you go, in you go. Right. And then they should be really careful. Houses. So you shall all be house builders now. It's also very important. This is the greatest game I've ever played. Slazinator, he has lots of castles, indeed. We used to have some castles in the past as well. Those were the times. Ah, alright, so few more archer ranges, few more houses. Oh, we could move to the next age, which is the Imperial Age. Right, so out we go. Let's see if we could kill some of the units. Alright, so a few more. A few would be nice. Here you go. Let's get rid of that. Alright, so what do we do after all this? More of the same, right? So where can we have some more farms here? Great. And what? Those people, they just... the nerves. Alright. I have a life. Thanks. Good push. So, I don't think he is in such a good position he thinks he is, but... or they. But of course, GG, well played, you came back well. Thanks, Slazinator. Could be against the etiquette to a certain degree, running away and building additional headquarters. But I think against Spanish castle drop, it's only fair approach. And they did the right thing to resign when they were still in a commanding position, like map control wise. Yeah, well. Well, yes, well, villager high. 24. Slazinator. Sorry for constantly pronouncing your nickname differently. I was surprised the archers did okay against the Kongs. Yes, I've learned from some pros, perhaps, that they are a solid counter unit. Of course, we were also Ethiopians, so we fired a little bit faster, but we were more or less forced by the circumstances since we were lacking farming space. So what can you do? Even though I was dreaming of other things, such as not building an army at all, but our hand was forced. But I'm also... Ooh, Slazinator, I'm off to work. Good luck, have fun. Have fun and as good a luck as possible at work. Thanks for dropping by. See you around. And thanks for witnessing this great comeback of a sort. Highly appreciated. Also, the tip to just rate their eco was spot on, because they must have lost handful of their eco in the process, even though probably half of, like, this is did I see them at all is the question. So we have so our spearman is already here fighting a wolf. So they moved out a little bit earlier than I expected to a degree. So this was a little bit ill-timed as well. Because we are... Nope. So we expected them to move out, but did we ever see them? If there wasn't a wolf that we just stopped to fight there, we could have... Alright, so they're still far enough that we don't see them passing there. And then when we add archers, we are not checking the back of our base again. But this is where we should have ended the game, and perhaps we also could have seen the wolf. Like we just followed them, but not quite properly. And here we could even still be moving our units to check the stone, because that's where you naturally want to drop the castle. So we are 10 villagers ahead at this stage, and we could also be applying some pressure, just attacking a wall or something there. Now I think they were slow to add the siege workshop. I think it should come right after. And perhaps we were a little bit conservative with the towers. We could have built one there, another one there, just to keep the back of our base safe. But even now, I think they don't really realize that we could have also used some of the army that we had. Like, few archers would have been nice, just to kill unit or two, or send them again to this stone miner. So that's the army control, or lack of that we were having. So in the end this ended up being alright, but this was a little dicey at times. So we still have the villager lead, but their problem is that they are not scouting the map. They should probably move the conquistadors a little bit more. And luckily we were floating wood at some stage. So this is nearing GG GG moment here. And we almost are able to get rid of the Nangolo, but not quite. So now they know that there's... Well, they saw these, so this was perhaps a perfect trick. So they thought that we moved out, although we hide just half of the group. We are still even in villager numbers. Resources collected is slightly in our favor. And they are planning the next castle drop now. Does the archer get a kill? No. Oof, but the pikeman did 2 kills. Alright. And then they think we are here when actually we are still there. And this was little not great tower. And now they're moving their focus elsewhere. We are again trying to run, but they are still not scouting that. Now they find these villagers, and we are again quite even in villager numbers because they are not producing more. They only have fletching at this stage. And now they think that getting to the Imperial Age would finish the game. Well, alright, so they didn't want to build more eco, which is fair, they are allowed to do that, but then perhaps they should be more active on the map. So here's devotion. We were a little bit wasteful with our units sometimes, and we could have used... even now we have enough resources that we could be producing huge number of archers. We were so slow to do that, but if we did, we could have finished this earlier. Like, if we already had 10 archers or crossbow, they would have done nicely against Conquistador. But here they were really struggling against the rams. And again, trebuchets die and the push is dead. But I don't know how they... Like, they don't know much about the game currently. But they can tell that we are producing because we have a huge number of rams and whatnots. So... a little wasteful. But the main action of course happens here. So did we get... We have gotten 3 kills so far. So... Great raid, but... Let's see how long... For how long are these idle in the town center, so... That push is dead. And now they have 5 on stone and that's all. Yeah, so perhaps that's the way they want to play on Arena, if they are that slower player, for example. So, cause this raid was like, thank you Slazinator. A little late, thank you, but that idled their eco for 5 minutes. Burger efficiency 10%. So they couldn't afford to produce anything. So they thought they had the game when the castle went down and the raid was dead. And it felt really bad. But they still don't use their units now. But I don't know if they had... It's like they still only have few people on gold. So they are constantly following this army action. As they should, since this is their... like their way of winning the game. And the score tells a story that is very much in their favor. Even though they're... Alright. So they were idle for how long? Like 20 minutes or so. So that's the sort of thing that might happen at this level. That's why they weren't able to produce more when we had this. Now if we only had garrison to the ram, would have been great. Yeah, we could have also sold some of the wood. Quite a few things we could have done. But yeah, score-wise, still this looks quite promising to them, so they probably think that we only have like this group of villagers alive or something. And it's just due to the fact that they are not producing, like their eco is quite... like we are wasteful with our army, and they are still able to have this power unit. Because they are taking care of those, they might think that we have a similar situation to a degree, that we are just really economic with our approach. We don't have much like macro wise we wouldn't have much, and it takes some 10 minutes to realize how we might want to approach this. But we have more or less access to 2 cold piles. They are still not producing more villagers or anything, so that's the way they want to play the game, which is alright. We just have to then learn to finish that. At this high level of 1k elo. Now the archers aren't great. I think few skirmishes would have made sense, especially when we are fighting under the castle. And now that we are finally getting the food, and I'm not constantly struggling for that. There were some great moments. So now they still have plenty of castles, but they are not really producing, and that's where the sort of GG is coming. When we are preparing for our next real push. 30 archers and so forth. Bye. But I don't know if they were expecting this or... Oh. Well. Oh, the patch made it so that there are elevations in the outside forests. So it might make sense to cut those. Or like to harvest some of the wood to gain some edge on certain circumstances or scenarios. Yeah, I think that with this eco, if we were not as wasteful, or if we had a few skirmishers perhaps, we could have made it more clear that we had the game, but that we didn't do. And perhaps they were just hoping for us to call it quits as soon as they breach the walls, which is fair. Some people might do just that. But luckily they are probably... I wouldn't be surprised if they already were to gain back the elo that they lost, since that approach is quite fast to execute. Chalikia. Let's see. What do we know about them? They have fought around 1.1, 1.2 for the last month or so. Playing Spanish Arena quite much, and then Malians on Arabia. So they probably have plans for those. Some Hindustanis can be seen played as well. Can be seen to have been played as well. Yes. All that makes sense. So are we actually ready? Let's take the beautiful color and sip of a drink. And Vikings, Berbers. Berbers. I've heard of those. So boom, 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 boom. You go there. You go there. Chavis 3611. So we have faster moving villagers, which is great for farming, I've understood, and forward castles. Cannon archers, right. Cheaper stable units and genitors. If our Viking player wants to play archers, but we will see about that. Previously we saw no sign of that. Oh, scouting. But times were different back then. So that could also play a factor. Forward cold. And then our scouting is a little bit of not disastrous, but leaves us wondering about certain details. Ah, there we go. Yes. Let's not take any chances. And that's great. Thank you all for your effort. But also, I think it's fair to say that if the opponent of ours in the previous game had a... What do we want to do with you? So if they had scouted a bit more actively with their conquistadors, then we wouldn't have been able to get away with as much as we did. So perhaps they were also a little bit... Oh, there's the sheep, or the pair of sheep that we were so hoping to find eventually. So we sort of got away with a murder, as might be said. Nope. So if they got frustrated, that's all. That's very much allowed. Of course, the honorable thing would be to expect that if you try to play a gimmicky approach, which is very viable, of course, but also you only get to try it once, type of an approach. Then, if it doesn't work, then you resign. I never do that, but I've seen some pros play. Perhaps you two could move there, just in case, and then we could have a very safe barracks over there. We need houses. So loom and up. Forward gold. Everything's forward. Everything of value. And okay, one more villager then. We'll converse about this later on. Ah, no. Ah, almost cost us. Hello. So what do we want to do? We have, we found them and we didn't lose our scout in the process. That's great. So all the colds are very much forward. Berbers. Our stable units are great. Should we just try to get enough gold that we are able to get to the next age without any access to gold actually? And then some people might get some stone. This is very unsecure position currently. Insecure. So what's their approach? If you don't mind me asking. We could try to play this greedily, but I don't know if we actually have the skills to do that. How come it takes so long for them to... So they still have a sheep, alright. Alright, nice looking eco, some walls, alright. Let's rush the house just in case. So do we see a barracks or anything? Ooh, well we see some units, so perhaps that answers the question then. Some of us are fighting a little bit downhill, that's alright. Okay. I'm not sure where you were supposed to be, so... What do we want to do is build a market as well, and... So more militia, alright, that's great. So they have a forward barracks then. And the problem is that they still don't have... Men at arms upgrade, for example. Alright, so few more. Oh, but we don't have any for houses. That's right. Alright. Yeah, so we saw this earlier. That's great. Hello. And what do we want to make out from this? So we secured that, but... Wheelbarrow, yes. We don't need this many people on stone for any reason whatsoever. Hello. This is weird approach. So that's something they might do, but why? Alright, so this we are going to need. Then we want it to be greedy, but right, houses, okay. Right, farms, actually. We don't need gold. I wasn't expecting this to take so long, but... Then... we could invest into... Let's make this great chain of towers since we are great in this game with the weakest villager available. Right, so we could just perhaps buy ourselves up, but I don't think that's a fashionable thing to do, so let's not. So are they still producing? At least the deer are moving slightly. They have had villagers somewhere, so where are they now? Any towers anywhere by any chance, for example? Right, it was a very... Oh. Right, so one more tower. And that's how we roll. Right, so I was little wrong with my expectations then. Oh, this is a misplay. But, right. So what we need now is Castle Age, but we might be a little late to that in comparison, since we are wasting all our time enjoying life. So these towers look great, but they don't achieve much. Let's have a few houses there, perhaps a house or two there. There is our horsey, right? Few more units and then up we go. They have wheelbarrows, so they are not in hassle. I think we could waste some time here still. So archers, alright. But that's weird. Alright, so we will be producing janitors then, as soon as we get some access to wood again. Let's move this side. Ooh, what's this now, huh? Alright. So they must have known that we are there, so what's... Right. So now there's pressure. Oh, the chain of towers, the greatest thing that ever was. Right, let's go up. Sorry, my bad. I had sort of other things. What? This is madness. Alright. So, a second archery range perhaps. No, we don't need skirmishers, we need stable. And you could be a farmer soon enough. Ooh. Well, I was expecting them to shoot that. They didn't. So let's have a single ad hocish. Right, so plot lines we will want to have. Then second. Right, back to work. Well done, people. And we might be losing some villagers. Sorry, whoop, my bad. And then right, let's not move there. My bad. Put there instead. Sorry about this. So extra movement, that's great. Hello. And then perhaps you could do some work. So they think that we are off the up. Gold, but that doesn't matter because we still have some gold left. Would we want to have fighting on the hill? They're great. Hello, just follow me. So where are our ballistics? More wood. Okay, and then there we go. Alright, this approach is nice and all, but just follow there, and you can just run in if you can. Ballistics, 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 that's great. So yes. 100 wood. And you might go there. Ooh, a siege workshop, right? That's the way the game is played. But would it now make sense to just send some people here, get rid of that? Like, that's great and all, but that ram is great and all, but I don't think I care about that too much. Shouldn't have sent all our woodcutters there in retrospect, but that's what you get. So murder holes, that's what we want. Now let's just build this. Finish this first and then we will talk. Alright, so we have wasted some of the stone we could have used in a better fashion, but that's still alright. But Well done, everyone. Terribly done, people. You had one mission. Alright. So we need more janitors then. Alright. Crisis averted, and then we go. Ah. And then you could carry on with that task. Right, what about our ballistics? Right? And then we would like to have some more people, like you perhaps. Where are they grouping now? Alright, so you just wait until the upgrade kicks in. More people, wood line. And now they should have people. Oh, that's terrible. Perhaps Berbers are the worst. Hey, hello. When you're trying to play archers, because these are quite nice. You build that, go back home, alright? And then let's go up. And alright. GG. Well played. Luckily I got Jenny Thors. So that's what they had. Perhaps we could have, well, this semi-defensive castle perhaps was agreeable. Since they had their production buildings out front. Oh, and they even had more villagers. Of course, we lost some during the dark times of our civilization, so makes sense. And we should have scouted that forward barracks when we did not see. So this, like, the good thing is that we noticed that something was amiss when there were no military buildings in the front. We just didn't react to that. Like, fast enough. We could have catched that. That was in a wolf. So we were just passing, but and like killing the villager now wouldn't be too great, but it would still be something. So now they had some idle TC time due to something. But the emptiness of the space and the lack of walls should have implied that they are planning on something. And this is a really nice approach. Now, I don't think they should have showed them just yet. Of course, we were lucky that we had such a many villagers, and we also had loom, but so this was one of the cases where it made sense to have that. So now we have villager lead, and they are trickling with those militia. They are probably paying attention elsewhere, and then all of a sudden they've lost 1000. Well, kills 11. Yeah, so they've lost their scout and then militia already, so 500 food. They could be clicking up now, if that wasn't the case. And they got 1 kill to show for that. And then they are building Osier ranges at home. And this is the most curious thing. So they have prepared these, and they didn't really have a need for that. They are not producing from those, so perhaps their timing was a little bit off, sort of. And our approach of trying to bank plenty of gold had very little benefits, since all that could be wood, so we could farm, for example. And then we see those few archers that they are able to produce. So they tried to play this in an aggressive, fashion. But. So that's good. But they are Vikings. They should have more resources collected now. But then again, they have had these forward buildings. I'm happy that we had these towers forward, because if those combined their forces, well, at least, well, we are not approaching them as it currently stands. We could have killed few if we had hopped into the towns with all the people that we had. So now it's our turn. They don't have any eco upgrades, so this is supposed to be quite fast. Even, like, I think usually people would prefer to have Podkin Arrow to give extra range and extra damage to having armor, but perhaps that's due to the circumstances that they would like to have some security against this town center of ours. And these towers bought us so much time. Like these men-at-arms could have been here, and the archers could have looped around that much faster. But now they've only gotten 2 kills with all the army investment that they have had. We still almost have as much resources collected, so we are now falling behind a bit. They have Bilbaro, we have not been able to produce due to the castle age, so now the villager losses hurt, and we are not really taking very good care of our units. We could move some farms here, for example. But in any case, eco upgrades kicking in, and we have the archer ranges in place that they didn't know about. Now they see the stable, they don't see the second range as of yet. Now they do. Alright. Well, the towers were surprisingly effective mean of thwarting their attack. Because they are not very impressive by themselves, of course, but Well, we have Podkin now, so that helps. And now if only we had ballistics we would be able to hit something, but it's in the works. In any case, they now have Podkin and the second armor. Still 1000 only, but they haven't lost and they haven't idled their... Well, they have idled their towns a bit. To be fair, so this has been a really complex game to them as well. Now I'm making a slight misplay by sending the woodcutters. That could have been very useful back home. But this is a statement that we are trying to make here. So everything goes. Of course, this comes with a little, with little risks as well. But luckily the Genitors are great against archers, so... And we still had some stone in the bank. The second 1000 for them. They are not producing more villagers, so they have gotten... Let's slow down a bit. So they are in lead eco-wise, but now I don't think we should have fallen as much as far back as we did. But and we made this castle drop a little bit harder than it needed to be, because it could have been there right on top of their archers and reaching the Townsenders. But the nice thing is that we have the army composition and they don't, since they wanted to play archers, and Genitors are just great against those, especially since these move fast, and now that we got ballistics we were easily able to get rid of their armies. They are even banking resources, so they could have clicked up if only they had. They have the buildings, okay. And farming back here, okay. Perhaps this was just a game that didn't go according to the plan, so they thought otherwise, even though they have the resources collected now, but they don't have any army left, so perhaps this was one of those games where they just needed some time to regroup their things, and if they just got to the Imperial Age few knights, for example, or if they didn't lose the barracks, so that they could keep on producing infantry. But we have been able to kill a lot of their army. Especially here where they were focusing on villagers and at the castle. These Genitors were worth their salt. Which is nice, because that doesn't happen all too often. And we got away with this greedy approach, even though, and they were also quite fast when the situation so demanded, whereas we were a little bit slower at times. But in any case, the conclusion might also be that if they were able to readjust their plan, then we might not have been able to pull that off. So all it required was 10-20 knights, and this defense wouldn't have worked. So I also underestimated their eco, although they were Vikings. So perhaps they just felt clueless slightly, and that's why they decided to call it quits. Could also be that that's exactly what people are supposed to do. And we are slowly learning. Alright, I think that's it for the day. But we have had loads of fun and some successes as well. This is great. So the Javis has reached 1.2 just a couple of weeks ago as well. And lately it seems that they have been playing with Vikings. A couple of their previous matches, so they are cooking, as is commonly said. According to some statistics, the map of choice for us is Black Forest, since we have 58.8% success rate there. So that's of course great, if perhaps a bit misrepresentative if someone thinks that we are a late game powerhouse, for example, which we usually try to avoid. Alright, some nice games took place today. And some nice messages have also been changed, so thank you all for that. And we shall see each other in the nearest future. Perhaps we will also have visuals, cameras and what have you. Alright, take care and bye bye.